Well, welcome back everyone to Sun City here in South Africa for the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. The pool stages have now been completed. It is now knockout time here in the Southern Hemisphere, and this matchup pits Slovenia from Group B taking on Austria from Group C, both teams finishing in third in their represented groups. There is the Austria team: Christopher Edler, Leon Felega, Hubert Haga and Mehmet Herili. Slovenia with Haris Kudosevic, Milan Slapnishar and David Skoranc. And for Slovenia, Robbie Borans has suffered an injury, will not take part in this contest. So Slovenia with 3 players in this game. So hello everyone, welcome to the IWBF YouTube channel. John Hobbs on hand, bringing you the action from the men's knockout phase. My thanks to Caroline Bullock, who guided you through the finale of the women's pool stage, as their knockout rounds will begin in earnest later on this afternoon, as you are locked in to Slovenia against Austria. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to all the goings on around the wheelchair basketball world across our YouTube feeds and of course across all social media platforms as well. Slovenia without the services of Robbie Bojanac for this one. But regardless, Slovenia, a dangerous opposition. We've seen it all tournament long thus far, as have Austria, a team made up of veterans, free-scoring individuals, most notably Hubert Haga. Slovenia will get us underway here in this game. And a whistle has gone and a technical foul has been called against Slovenia, who are fielding, unfortunately, players over the classification points limit of 8.5, so they will now play with 2 players for the remainder of this game. So a technical foul called and free throws to start for Austria, and Haga misses the free throw. And now we are underway. So Slovenia with Haris Kudosevic and David Skoranc. Kudosevic missing the 2-pointer there. Good long-range shooter, Haris Kudosevic, but airballs his first attempt. Felega inside. There's the first score of the contest. Kudosevic now. And Austria, you can automatically see playing double-team basketball, whoever has the ball. And Slovenia will almost be forced to play long-range basketball in this one. A shot clock violation goes against the Slovenians. So despite having 2 players, Slovenia can still make substitutions, but only 2 people can be on the court in this one, as Austria now go to a 2-0 lead. Skoranc's 2-pointer grazes the rim, goes out of bounds. Felega in all kinds of room off the glass, and Austria now racing out to a 3-0 lead. Skoranc. Skoranc with the mid-range, no good. And Felega will get the rebound. In fact, he went out of bounds as he collected that. He was kind of caught in two minds, you could see, whether to let the ball roll out of bounds or to take the ball. Kudasevic doesn't get the drop with the shot from around 7 feet. Ball is loose and it's kept in by Felega but retrieved by Skoranch. Lobs it wide, but it's collected by Christoph Edler. Here is Haga. Felega goes for the screen. Haga passes it along to Edler, who scores. 4-0 to Austria. Early doors here in this one. Skoranch, a 2. That's short. And Haga easily puts it in, and it's 5-0 in favour of Austria. First to 21, or whoever leads after 10 minutes of play. Kudasevic hits the back iron with his 2-pointer, battling for the loose ball. Haga comes up with it. Great passing from Austria, and the finish from Christoph Edler. As the ball is loose, they will go out of bounds. And it will be a Slovenia possession. Kudasevic takes it to Edler. Edler stands his ground. Kudasevic, good defense from Christoph Edler. And here is Leon Felega. Felega, Edler, Christoph Edler, in and out, rebounded and put back and scored by Hubert Haga. And Austria now out to a 7-0 lead. Skoranch, and that smacks the bottom of the backboard and right into the waiting hands of Leon Felega, who gets it back from Edler. Edler now all alone. This should be another point for Austria. 8-0 here. Kudasevic. Slovenia really having no choice but to play the long ball. And they get a 2-pointer! Oh, that was a big score for Haris Kudasevic. Don't know how much of the basket he saw there, but he got it to go. Slovenia off the mark. And despite being down to 2 players, they are giving it their all, and that's what you love to see. As Felega with the 1-pointer. Slapnishar now into the game for Slovenia. Kudasevic, why not? Going for another one. That one smacks the backboard and ricochets out as a whistle has gone. Reminder that Slovenia only playing with 3 players. Only 2 can be on the court due to the points classification numbers going over. There's an injury to Robbie Boyants, who is a classification 1 player. But Slovenia battling here. 6:37 left on the clock. Slovenia with 2 points to their name. Austria out in front, 9-2. We see some of the highlights of what has been transpiring so far, and there is the wonderful backdrop here at Sun City. Knockout round wheelchair basketball here at the 3x3 World Championships. Felega misses the handle. Haga comes to help. Edler sets himself, goes inside. Felega wasn't expecting it and still puts it in. 10-2 in this first to 21. Slapnishar looking for a gap inside, but it's closed off by a mixture of Haga and Felega. 4 to shoot for Slapnishar. Again, whenever Slovenia get the ball, Austria double team the ball handler. Wise defensive strategy from the Austrians. Christoph Edler, Haga. The runner is money. 11-2. Kudasevic. Kusevic's pass is deflected. Still has the ball, but now runs out of bounds. Austria with only one team foul so far. Slovenia with 2. Edler lets fly, and that's off the back iron with the 2. And that's a wild pass from Slapnishan. With only 2 players on the court, it's one of these things that you've got to make every bit of your offense count. Play as basic and as smart as you can. Edler puts it in. 12 points to Austria, closing in on the magic number of 21 as we near the halfway point of this one. Slapnishan drives along the baseline. A rare bit of daylight for Slovenia. And Slapnishan with the score. Christoph Edler. Edler glides his way to the cup and gets it to fall. 13-3. Got to give it to Slovenia. They are really giving it their all. Kudasevic misses from the elbow. Edler, lovely bounce pass. Filega too strong. Edler still has it. Edler under great pressure puts it in. Kudasevic. Kudasevic lobs one up, smacks the backboard and into the waiting hands of Edler. Edler gets it back from Haga. Haga and Edler combining perfectly there. Kudasevic has a bit of room and is short with the long mid-range. Christoph Edler. Edler looking. Now finds Filega, waited for the right moment. Filega's pass a little woeful. And a shot clock violation, a rare one for Austria. As Kudasevic comes out and Skoranc comes back in. Skoranc misses the handle and the ball rolls out of bounds. And Austria will get the ball. 4:04 to play. Austria 6 points away from glory. And on the ball with Christoph Edler. Edler, the runner. He just about goes in. Christoph Edler plays his basketball in Graz. Skoranc with the mid-range. Skoranc, someone who can put up some points in a hurry. We've seen glimpses of his strong offensive mindset. There's a timeout called on the floor. Austria 16-4 to the good. Austria ahead in this knockout phase of the Men's World Championships. Let's look at some of the highlights. Slovenia with only 2 players in this game due to an injury to Robbie Bojanec. Of course, that takes them over the classification points number of 8.5. But regardless, they are battling, and they're battling hard. And they've certainly made a name for themselves here in the IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Certainly done the nation of Slovenia proud. A strong basketball nation with a strong identity. And these Slovenians looking to carve their own name in the wheelchair basketball world. They're certainly doing that here in the southern hemisphere. Christoph Edler, beautiful bounce pass. Filega does the rest. Skoranc. Kudasevic. Kudasevic, 1 to shoot, and that'll be a shot block violation. And Austria will get the ball. Haga, Filega. Filega, the runner, is money. 18-4. 3:06 to play. Kudasevic for 2, no good. Haga gets it back. Haga under the glass, and Austria doing all their damage under the basket. Not surprising, really. And they're 2 points away from glory. Edler, Haga. Haga is fouled. And an unsportsmanlike foul is called on David Skoranch. And Austria now with a chance to secure the win here in this one. Hubert Haga. Well, this is the free throw. So just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Austria to secure what looks to be a victory here against a stubborn Slovenian side. Kudasevic with a beautiful cut to the basket, and that deserved to finish. And Kudasevic nearly got the steal. Austria now 1 point away from the victory. Haga inside, and that'll do it. With 2:21 to spare, Austria with a 21-5 victory over Slovenia. But you've got to give it up for Slovenia. Only 3 players, only allowed 2 on the court. They battled hard, and you can't ask more than that. But in the end, Austria with the extra advantage, getting the job done in our first game here of the afternoon session. Up next, it's a battle for the ages. It's going to be Australia taking on Great Britain. We'll be back in just a bit.
Great Britain. Introducing first to the floor, the man from Australia. Coming in at number 5, Thomas Klein. Falling through at number 6, Lachlan Dalton. Number 13, Luke Portugal. And at number 14, David.
Well, we welcome you back to Sun City, South Africa, the resort that stages the first ever IWBF 3x3 World Championships. And a long-standing sporting rivalry will be renewed here as Australia take on Great Britain. Australia second in Pool B with a 3-1 record. Great Britain with a 1-3 mark in Pool A. Great Britain with that sole win in Pool A coming earlier on this morning against Kenya. They had gone 0-3 on day one. And maybe that win will ignite this proud nation, a well-established wheelchair basketball nation, against the Aussies, who fared slightly better in their pool, 3-1. Their sole defeat coming to Poland. There is Great Britain with Finlay Erskine, Ben Leach, Callum Sloan and Finlay Tonner for Australia. Thomas Klein, Lachlan Dalton, Luke Popel and Jake Kavanagh. So as said, long-standing rivalries here to be renewed, very similar to that of South Africa and Australia as well. As we get set to start this contest here, as we enter the knockout phase of the men's draw. Ten minutes of action-packed, physical basketball on tap here on the Southern Hemisphere, the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Thank you so very, very much for joining us on the IWBF YouTube channel. John Hobbs keeping you company for the men's portion of these games. Caroline Bullock guiding you through the Women's World Championship.
And we have tip-off.
Finlay Erskine will start us off for Great Britain, a team made up almost exclusively of Scottish athletes for both men and women. As we also have one eye on next year's Commonwealth Games. And of course, they will be taking place in Glasgow, Scotland. And we are underway here. And Finlay Erskine with the first possession for Great Britain. And Erskine puts up a mid-range, doesn't go. Klein rebounds. Dalton zips past Sloan. Popel wide open, money. And a turnover as the pass from Great Britain goes straight to an Australian player. Dalton in great position inside, and Australia racing out to a 2-0 advantage. Lachlan Dalton certainly showcasing his 3x3 exploits here in South Africa. One of the main stars as Finlay Tonner buries a baseline shot to the delight of the GB fans here at the Sun City Super Bowl. Popel is open again, and that rattles around and out. Klein to pick up the loose pieces. Here is Tonner, and the pass intended for Erskine goes out of bounds. The Aussies will get it. Popel. Popel straight down Main Street, and the whistle has gone. Of course, 10-minute games here at 3x3, 12-second shot clocks, first to 21. A new format of basketball welcomed now by the IWBF, the first global tournament. 3 to shoot for Finley Tonner. Lobs up a two-pointer, but it happened after the shot clock had expired. As Erskine checks out, Leach comes in. Popel, Jake Kavanagh waiting in the wings for the Aussies as Dalton having his way from the wing and going to the cup. And Popel with the steal, and Australia, who are out to a 5-1 lead, looking to extend their lead further. Beautiful basketball, and Klein the finish. And another turnover for Great Britain. The Aussies will get the ball back. Popel looking to put the moves on Leach, has a bit of space, and Dalton again inside. This time it agonizingly falls out. Leach now. Great Britain, who secured their first win of these World Championships this morning, looking to capitalize on that, but right now Australia taking it to them. Popel misses inside. Finley Tonner in good position. 8 to shoot though for Great Britain. Callum Sloan can't get the ball. Lachlan Dalton has it. Dalton, the runner, off the window. Of course, after this game, we will have Canada and Kenya. Here is Popel to Klein. And Klein, it rattles around and in. 8-1 now in favour of the Aussies. And another steal. Lachlan Dalton ran out of room, but he got the steal originally. In fact, a foul has been called. My apologies. So Australia will get the ball. Dalton whizzing his way to the hoop, but Popel wants to go it alone. Goes for the mid-range. And Klein's best efforts will not work, and Great Britain get the ball. 8-1, 3 minutes. Well, 2:59 has been played in this one. Now 3 minutes have been played. Here is Tonner. Tonner, good defense from Popel, getting his hands in the cookie jar. And a timeout called with 6:53 to play. And the Aussies certainly starting off the stronger of the two teams in the wheelchair basketball ashes. We'll call it that. Australia second in Pool B. Great Britain fourth in Pool A. As we have a look at some of the highlights, Lachlan Dalton has certainly pulled the strings for the Aussies here. And they enjoy a 7-point advantage going into the first time out. But Great Britain looking to respond. That was their only score through Finley Tonner along the baseline. Leach did very well to collect that. The ball is loose. Leach will go for it. He won't give it up, and he keeps it in. Great hustle from Ben Leach. But that pass wayward and goes right into a South Africa player's waiting hands. Kavanagh now into the game. And Kavanagh doesn't get that one to fall. Tonner. Lachlan Dalton, stifling defense, maybe too stifling as a foul has been called. And that's the first team foul for Australia in this one. Leach. Leach, beautiful release and the finish. Dalton, he'll go for the runner. And Dalton responds immediately. Callum Sloan wide open. And the ball will just roll right out of bounds. Just a brief stop in play here as the referee just has a chat with both sets of players as Kavanagh will restart for Australia. Kavanagh, the Perth Wheelcats man, nails an elbow shot. Great Britain giving him too much respect. Leach now has a bit of room. Sloan was available as well, and a whistle has gone. Leach right away for two. That's no good, but it looked fairly good from here. And Leach with a foul and quick shake of hands between him and his opposite number, Luke Popel. Two number 13s going at it. Popel. Again, a lot of room. Now Popel goes to the cup and attacks and is fouled. 10-2, 5:23 to play. Fourth foul for Great Britain. Once you get over 6, it is free throws for the opposition. Some of the local volunteers enjoying the basketball. They're also having a bit of a dance as well. Music playing all across the Sun City Super Bowl here, adding to an incredible atmosphere. A good amount of fans as well here in attendance. As Leach from the foul line. Kavanagh lets fly. And Popel will do well to collect that. And he does. Beautiful from Popel. Kavanagh collects. Popel a two. Money! Brilliant possession from the Aussies. The lob to Tonner, that will go over his head and out of bounds. And we have a timeout here with 4:45 to play. Australia leading Great Britain 13-3. Jake Kavanagh's first possession of the game with that elbow shot. Great Britain, though, have got a few points on the board as well. But right now, trailing by 10 to the Australians. And after this game, we will see Canada take on Kenya. And that will be followed by Spain against South Africa, the host nation. Popel, Lachlan Dalton zips it to Popel. The duo combining well. That's short. Dalton will collect that. He'll go for the two. Why not? And doesn't get the drop. Erskine. The Larn Dill man who, of course, started his career with the Lothian Phoenix. He was around 10 years old when he started with the Scottish club and really has excelled over the course of his career. A deserved professional contract for that young man. Almost appeared in around 7 games for the Lothian Phoenix in the 2024 national finals back in Great Britain. An Iron Man as the ball will go out of bounds and the Aussies will get it back. Also got to give a big shout out to the volunteers for these IWBF 3x3 World Championships. These volunteers have been incredibly hard working all throughout these championships as we wind it down here in Sun City. It's been a really phenomenal event. in an incredible location outside of Rustenburg, just northwest of Johannesburg, on the Bakubang village. The ball is loose here and Popel will collect. Popel now going to the hoop over Leach, gets it. 14-3. Erskine. It's a risky pass to Leach, but he got him. And we have a timeout on the floor. 3:33 to play. 14-3. Great Britain momentarily playing with just 2 players, but that will be rectified in just a sec. Out of the timeout, 14-3 to Australia. Looking at some of the highlights as Australia on top and on their way to victory. First to 21. Great Britain, though, will not give up the fight. There's no doubt about that. Popel met by Erskine. Lachlan Dalton, a long one, buries it. Erskine over Klein, that's short. 3:10 to play. Lachlan Dalton whizzing his way, passes it to Popel. Popel misses the one-hander. Klein there to support. Good defence from behind by Erskine, who nearly kept it in. Great hustle from Finlay Erskine, but not enough. Here is Popel. Popel, the runner off the glass, agonisingly drops out. Erskine will get it out. 6 to shoot, though, for Great Britain. Tonner fading away. That was a tough shot from Finlay Tonner. Almost behind the basket. Popel to the elbow. Dalton uses the bank. The Sun City Bank has been well used throughout these tournaments. Plenty of players have cashed out. And Lachlan Dalton cashing out here at the Sun City Resort. Here is Popel to the foul line. Goes closer to the hoop with one hand. And the long arms of Finlay Erskine collects the rebound. And Klein anticipating where that pass was going to go. Great Britain have got to get it out of the perimeter, though, and they failed to do so. Dalton. Popel goes back. We're entering the final 2 minutes. Australia 5 points away from the victory, or they can hold on for the final 2. Erskine and Great Britain, as Tonner puts up a shot, no good. Great Britain need miracles right now. Lachlan Dalton gliding to the basket. Klein fading away, gets it to go. And Australia looks set for a convincing win here against a spirited Great Britain side. Can't deny the heart or the passion they have. There's a shot clock violation. Finlay Tonner on the floor. Finlay Erskine comes out. Ben Leach comes in. Jake Kavanagh checks in for Australia, and Lachlan Dalton will take a breather. Here is Kavanagh. Kavanagh rattles it in. Leach, double teamed, puts it up anyway. And a whistle has gone. And it'll be an Australia ball. Great Britain didn't take it out of the perimeter. 3 points away from victory. but we're entering the final minute here. Australia looking set for victory as Canada and Kenya will be up next on the stage. Popel lobs one up. Oh, that nearly dropped. A few oohs and ahs there as that bobbled in and out. Here is Leach, goes for the 2. And that misses the mark. Final 45 seconds. Australia rolling their way to victory. The extra pass, Klein, it's pretty from Australia. And Klein got the deflection. Leach still has it. Leach can shoot them. 2 to shoot. Puts it up. That's a 1. As his wheel was on the line. And we are winding down here in our second classification game. And Australia looks set for the win. Popel to seal the deal. Doesn't get it to fall. And well intercepted by Tonner. A bit of a wrestling match going on here between Tonner and Kavanagh. Well, it is SummerSlam season, isn't it? Popel, Kavanagh, we're winding it down. Kavanagh misses the 1 from the free throw line. Ball won't stay in. 3.1 to play. And Australia will collect the win here. Great Britain know their fate. They'll go for a shot anyway. And that will drop, will it? Yes, it will. That'll be a 2-pointer for Ben Leach. But Australia come out with a 19-5 victory over Great Britain. Up next, it is Canada taking on Kenya.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next contest, we welcome Canada versus Kenya. And introducing first, the man from Canada. Coming in wearing jersey number 5, Garrett Osteperton. Following in at number 7, Vincent Delary. And number 9, Colin Higgins. And at number 10, Lee Nanovic. For Canada. Coming in from Nairobi, we welcome the man from Kenya. Coming in wearing number 4, Caleb Odio.
Well, we welcome you back to Sun City, South Africa. Day 2 of the IWBF 3x3 World Championships. And it is time for the knockout games. We've had 2 already, as Austria and Australia got their wins. Now it's the turn of Canada and Kenya. Canada second in Pool C, with a 2-1 record against Kenya, who finished 0-4 in Pool A. Of course, Kenya with Caleb Odio, Itaken Tamoy, Milton Ilachoya and Robert Kimathu. And for Canada, Garrett Ostepchuk, Vincent Delaire, Colin Higgins and Lee Melimick. We welcome you back to Sun City, everyone. John Hobbs guiding you through the men's portion of the World Championships, with Caroline Bullock on hand for the women. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the IWBF YouTube channel. Follow us on all social media platforms. Lots of incredible content, behind the scenes fun, and getting to know the players, the officials, and everyone taking part here in Sun City on this lovely resort on Bakubong Village on the northwest province of South Africa. And we are underway, Canada and Kenya. And here is Ilachoya for the shoot. For Ilachoya, Ilachoya throws one up, and that's off the back, and that will go out of bounds. Canada with wins over Austria and Portugal in Pool C, their sole loss coming in a hard-fought effort against Spain. Delaire inside. Delaire was almost looking at a Ostepchuk as he was going for the reverse layup. Nonchalantly, the Quebec man puts it in. Ilachoya has it, putting the spin on Delaire. Ilachoya throws one up, and that grazes the back iron. And Higgins will let that roll out of bounds, and Canada will take it. Colin Higgins, the University of Missouri alumni, speeds to the rim and gets it to go. Of course, these players for Canada will have a keen eye as well to the future. Canada hosting the IWBF World Championships in Ottawa. Here is Higgins. Higgins loses the ball. Ostepchuk has it. Delaire, everyone getting a touch from Canada, and they lead 3-0. Kimuthu just about collects. Ilahoya, good defense from Dallaire. That'll be a shot clock violation, but Canada get the ball anyway. Higgins, open season, and the self-service checkout for Mr. Higgins. Ilahoya. Kenya yet to trouble the scorers. Ilahoya looks to change that in and out with the midi. Here is Higgins. He'll let fly. That's short off to the right, and that'll whiz out of bounds and right into the Egypt's team managers. Just getting started here between these two teams as Ilahoya misses the two, a step chuck. And Higgins with the easy finish. 5-0 to Canada, who right now mean business. First to 21. And Kenya seem almost fixated on the long range shot right now. And Higgins going inside, misses the first and easily makes the second. And a step chuck with the steal. As Tamoy almost nonchalantly just passed it to him, and Canada having fun right now. Four to shoot. Ilahoya in absolute no man's land, throws it up. Did well to get to the basket there with that long range shot. Higgins, here is Dallaire. Dallaire, too easy. Ilahoya. This is the long two. Dallaire almost looking down Milton Ilahoya's soul there as he goes for the easy score. Higgins, a step chuck, and now Canada racing away with this. They're up 10-0. Not even halfway through here as the long two is up. Well, from here, that looked fairly good, just missing a bit more power on it as Caleb Addio comes in. And Milton Ilahoya comes out. And we have a timeout on the floor. Well, we welcome you everyone to Sun City, South Africa. A big thank you to our organisers for these IWBF 3x3 World Championships as we look at the replays and some of the highlights of what's been going on in this contest. And really, it's all gone Canada's way. And a big thank you to our event organisers, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, for organising this incredible event. And our global partners, RGK Wheelchairs, have a dedicated service repair station behind the practice courts as Higgins with a two-pointer. Higgins, who plays his basketball in France, as Caleb Addio misses his two-pointer. Higgins, Lee Melamick into the game and on the score sheet. And right now, Canada, with 4 minutes played, have 13 on the board and are 8 away from victory. First to 21, or whoever leads after 10 minutes, and Canada, they mean business. They're not playing games here. And Caleb Addio with a two-pointer. And Kenya finally off the mark. They've deserved it. They've certainly had some good looks. Just haven't dropped so far. Here is Addio. Shot clock at 2. Addio again. And can't get that to fall. And Dallaire, well, he had to really reach to get that. Higgins, Dallaire in space. 3 to shoot now for Canada. Here is Higgins. Got to put something up. That'll be a shot clock violation. And Kenya get the ball. And the shot agonizingly falls out from Robert Kimothu. Higgins weaving his way to the hut. Robert Kimothu on the Kenya side, being marked by Dallaire, but on the other side, Adiu has it. Kimuthu wants it. Adiu goes for the glory himself and connects. Dallaire. Higgins. Higgins again pirouetting his way to the cup. Melamic at the second attempt still doesn't get it. Higgins with the left hand. Adiu. Adiu was thinking about it again. Kimuthu was met by Higgins. Higgins with the steal. Lobbed pass by Dallaire, and Higgins can't hang on. Caleb Adiu with the ball. When the ball is loose, Higgins is racing at full pelt. Keeps it in. Who has it? Kenya have it. The ball is still loose. And that should go to Canada as Garrett Stepchuk calls for the subs. Higgins comes out. And Garrett Stepchuk, the Regina, Saskatchewan native, now residing in Toronto, comes in and he's on the ball. Stepchuk with 4 to shoot. Doesn't get it. Kimothu, Kenya's resident DJ, puts up the long shot. Doesn't fall. Ball is still loose. Stepchuk and Adiu fighting for it, and ball will go out of bounds. Adiu throws it up as Itaken Tamoy was in good space there. Melamic. Canada's offense stalling a little bit here. Dallaire wants to change that. And Dallaire puts it in, easy as you like, almost methodical in how he approaches the basket. Really talented man out of Quebec. And the shot there from Caleb Adiu is way off. 3:08 to play. Canada 5 points away from the win here as we have a timeout. And coming out after this game, due to start at around 3:15 local time, the host nation South Africa take on the mighty Spain. Spain alongside Canada and Poland tipped to go all the way here in South Africa, but never say anything is guaranteed. As we have seen in 3x3 basketball, anything can happen in this fast-paced, action-packed, exhilarating format of basketball. Melamic composes himself, sets himself, banks it home. Kenya still have the ball. Shot clock was winding down as Ilahoya put the shot up. Melamic again from the other side. And Lee Melamic with 2 mid-rangers and a turnover for Kenya, so Canada will get the ball back. 2:35 to play. Canada need 3 more. Canada certainly have the tools for the 2-pointer, but Melamic, or excuse me, a Stepchuk goes inside. Dallaire cleans the mess up. 2 away from victory. Kenya still fighting on as a 2-pointer is off from Ilahoya. A Stepchuk, Melamic, beautiful passing from Canada, and Melamic the finish inside. 20-3 as we enter the final 2 minutes. 1 more point needed for Canada. Kimuthu banks it home. Dallaire finds a gap. Melamic can't hang on. Let's see if Kenya can at least put a bit of pride in as they get another score. Back-to-back scores for Kenya. Melamic, a Stepchuk drives to the basket. Dallaire is open. That's a big foul. see what the decision is here. I think the referees will just go for the regular foul, and a chance for Canada to take the win. And they'll do it with some freebies at the line with Garrett Stepchuk, a two-time Paralympian, made his debut in Tokyo. He was actually introduced to the sport when he was a student in an elementary school back home by a gentleman called Mike Brady, who I'm sure is very proud of Garrett's progress. And Garrett Stepchuk now with a chance to win it for Canada. 1:29 to spare. If not, the game continues. And Stepchuk misses, but gets his own rebound, has another chance, and puts it in at the second attempt. And that is game. Canada coming away with a 21-5 win over a very spirited Kenya side who can hold their heads high. They have done their nation proud and the IWBF Africa zone proud. Really positive vibe with those characters from the Kenya team. They're a great bunch, but they fall short to Canada. Canada win 21-5. Up next, it is Spain against South Africa.
to the next encounter between Spain and South Africa. Introducing first, the man from Spain. Coming in at number 21, Pablo Lavandega. And number 22, Manuel Enrique Lorenzo. Welcome at number 24, Ignacio Ortega. At number 27, Adrian Garcia. Give it up for Spain. And now, the homies. Welcome, South Africa. At number 8, Zakele Silembe. At number 9, Mpo Gift Mwekezi.
Well, it's the turn of the host nations, South Africa, as they take on the European giants of Spain in our next contest. Spain already on the floor as the host nation, South Africa, take to the stage. Gift Muketse, Shakele Shalembe, Gola Yalezu, and Shane Williams right there in your picture. For Spain, they're rolling with Pablo Lavandera, Manuel Lorenzo, Ignacio Ortega, and Adrian Garcia. There are some of the South African fans. There are a couple here in attendance. Great to see the locals coming in to the resort here at Sun City. What a friends, family of these great South African athletes taking part in their home tournament. And of course the South Africa women also cheering on their fellow countrymen. South Africa will be playing in their green kit alongside Spain playing in the white and gold. And will gold be the colour of success that Spain will be using come at the end of this tournament? Who knows? They need to get past South Africa, who have been extremely competitive in these games, even though they are 0-4 in Pool B. Spain finished 3-0 in Pool C. As we get ready to start this game, South Africa will have the first possession. Zakeli Shalembe will start us off. And we are underway. And a bit of a stop-start there as South Africa's first possession is a pass that just goes right out of bounds. Ortega to the cup. Garcia doesn't get it to go. Ortega to pick up the loose pieces. And Spain off and running here in the Sun City Super Bowl. Shalembe just adjusting the chair. We're back underway. Here is Shalembe. And the steal. And Garcia with the finish. 2-0 to Spain. Yalezu, the king of the circus shot. What tricks does he have up his sleeve? He'll fade away. He'll throw one up. That'll hit the back iron. Shane Williams with the offensive board. Williams sets himself and puts it in. Garcia, Ortega. Garcia gets it back, and Garcia banks it home. Yalezu. Williams falling away, puts it in. What a shot from Shane Williams, but immediately Ignacio Ortega with the shot under the basket. Shalembe. Yalezu with one hand, and a whistle has gone, shot clock violation, and Spain will get the ball. As Gift Mukeze looks on. And Manuel Lorenzo comes in for Adrian Garcia for Spain. Here is Ortega, here is Lorenzo, corner pocket, misses everything. And the pass deflected, still finds its way to Yalezu. The ball goes out of bounds. Yalezu. 3 to shoot. Yalezu's got to get busy. Throws it up with one hand, and a shot clock violation as that ball didn't hit the rim. It smacked the backboard instead. Ortega. 4 to 2 in favour of Spain. Make that 5 to 2. As Pablo Lavandiera inside. Williams adjusts himself perfectly and finishes. Beautiful move from Shane Williams. Great body and wheel control. And the pass deflected, still finds its way to Lavandiera, and Shakele Shalembe with the foul. And now be a free throw for Pablo Lavandiera. Thought about it, dusted its feet, but didn't want to go down. Lavandiera, as Spain still keep it. The lob to Lorenzo, that's too easy. Yalezu was not in a good enough position to get the block, and the ball goes out of bounds. And we have a timeout on the floor with 7:32 remaining. Spain leading 6-3, but it's been a very competitive first few minutes here between these two teams. Of course, Spain finishing top of Pool C. South Africa 5th in Pool C, or Pool B, excuse me. Great to get so many comments going on the IWBF YouTube channel. Let us know who you think will be in the final. Derp N64 seems to think that Croatia and Spain will be in the finals. Hey, you never know. Anything can happen. As we get set to restart. Lavandiera nonchalant with one hand. Veteran of this South Africa team lobs one up, and the hard-working volunteers behind the basket retrieve the ball, and Spain will collect. Got to give a shout out to those hard-working volunteers, locals here in South Africa, doing an incredible job in making sure this tournament runs as smoothly as possible. Muketse into the game, 1 to shoot. Muketse, he can hit them from there. We saw it yesterday against Australia. And a timeout called, 6:50 to play. And just the one team foul at the moment. That's gone the way of South Africa. Otherwise, Spain 7-3 to the good. Coming up after this game, as you see the South Africans there just in their huddle out of the timeout. Following on from this game, we will have Egypt against Malaysia. That'll be an enticing battle actually to watch. Egypt, a really talented team against a hard-working Malaysia side. And then we will end the first round of knockout games with Croatia against Portugal before the women take to the floor. Here is Ortega with 7 to shoot for Spain. Ortega, Garcia gets it to roll. Here is Yalezu. Good defense there from Garcia, because if Yalezu went past him, he had an open lane. Here is Yalezu with Ortega for company. The spin and the score. Don't know how much of the basket he saw there, but he got it to fall. Ortega glides his way to the basket. He's fouled by Williams. That's 2 team fouls now for South Africa. Remember, if you go over 6, it'll be free throws to the opposition. So fouls, like in the traditional 5-on-5 game, they do count for a lot, especially when the game is on the line. We have seen one player already ejected from a game for 2 unsportsmanlike fouls. That unfortunate man was Garrett Stepchuk for Canada. Shane Williams at 2, that's long. Rebounded by Garcia. Lavidiera, what a pass to Ortega! Showtime basketball from Spain. Williams trying to put Ortega in a spin cycle, and a shot clock violation. Williams a little too street ball with it. Lavandiera, Garcia, it's simple basketball, but it's effective. It doesn't fall though. Ortega can't keep it in play. Spain up 10-4. But South Africa, like they did against Australia, making it hard for them. The steal and the finish from Ortega. They haven't got it out, now they have. Williams, let's fly. That's short. Garcia with the rebound. Here is Lavandiera. Lavandiera looking for options and finds Ortega falling away. Rebound is taken and Lavandiera the finish. Shalembe entering the halfway point here in this game. Yalezu. Well, we've seen him hit from there on day 1. Ball deflected. And here is Yalezu. Yalezu with 5 to shoot for South Africa. And now they've got to get busy here, and that'll be a shot clock violation. Yalezu, he had a bit of space to take that shot, but instead decided to dribble again, and shot clock violation as Gift Muketse comes in. And Manuel Lorenzo checks in for Spain. Lavandiera, Ortega, short, the whistle has gone. Ignacio Ortega, the man from the University of Alabama, will go to the stripe. 2-time Paralympian Ignacio Ortega really made a name for himself at the 2023 European Championships in Rotterdam, of course, as part of the European Para Championships. As the ball was loose and South Africa come up with it. 4:20 to play. Spain up 12-4. Muketse, that's a shot clock violation. And Spain 8 points away from victory here against the host nation. Host nation South Africa 0-4 in Pool B. Ortega along the back door, but They use Lorenzo instead. That's short. Lorenzo gets his own rebound and bundles it in. And Ortega with the steal, anticipating perfectly where that pass was going to go. And an offensive foul has been called against Spain. That'll be their first team foul of the contest. Of course, following on from this game, will pit Egypt and Malaysia. Here is Williams. Williams lets fly. He won't get that to fall. Ortega wide open at 2. And it's rebounded Lorenzo and put in by Lorenzo. And the ball will go out of bounds. We have a timeout on the floor here. And Spain up by double digits. Welcome you all to the IWBF YouTube channel. John Hobbs on hand for the men's section of these World Championships. I'm joined by Caroline Bullock for the women's portion. This 3x3 format, 12-second shot clocks, 10-minute games. Of course, a different ball as well. A size 6 FIBA 3x3 Wilson basketball. But despite the size 6, it has the weight of a size 7 ball. It's used by both the men and the women. Different paneling as well, and also a different colour as well, yellow and blue, as opposed to the traditional molten brown and white ball that you are accustomed to seeing in international competition. There is Manuel Lorenzo, a two-time Paralympian in his own right. .336 to play in Game 5 of our second round of contests here. Knockout basketball now in the IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Members of the Spanish women's team watching on. Of course, the South Africa women's team almost been the men's team's biggest supporters. There are South African fans in attendance. We are back underway. Lavandiera. Garcia puts in a 2. String music for Adrian Garcia. As Muketse with the travelling violation. And Spain will get the ball 5 points away from glory here. Are Spain. .313 to play, and they want long bombs here, and that's a 2-pointer no good from Garcia, a man who plays his basketball in Bilbao. Muketse. Williams. Shane Williams finds Muketse. A mid-range shooter is Muketse, but doesn't get that one to go. Lorenzo, and that's money from the elbow. 17-4 in favour of Spain, as Egypt and Malaysia just going over the last of their warm-ups before they take to the floor. Scheduled to begin at 3:40, and then we'll conclude with Croatia and Portugal. A lot of Croatia fans in the group chat, which is great to see. On the IWBF YouTube channel, Yalezu gets it to go. 17-5. And a unsportsmanlike foul has been called. Ortega will go to the line. Certainly one of the biggest stars of the Spanish national team. For Spain, a rich history and a basketball tradition almost unlike any other. Alongside the wheelchair basketball stars, of course, basketball in Spain, most notably associated with such stars as the Gasol brothers, Mark and Pau, Juan Carlos Navarro, Rudy Fernandez, and many others. First free throw. Still will get another shot at the line. As Spain close in on victory here. He'll get the second one. And gets the steal as well. 18-5. Ball is loose. South Africa get it. Ball again loose, and Spain this time get it. Flashy pass from Ortega, and the finish inside by Garcia. Yalezu, corner pocket, doesn't get that to drop. Ortega going for glory, that's short. And Spain get another bite of it. Garcia wants the glory, that's off to the left. And the ball goes out of bounds, and South Africa live to fight another day with 1:44 to play. Williams inside, Yalezu gets it to go. Loose again. Ortega, beautiful ball fake and the finish. 1:20 to play, Spain a point away from victory. Yalezu fakes Lorenzo. Williams is fouled. Strike off the back iron with the free throw. Here is Shalembe, a mid-range, that's off the back iron. And it's rebounded and taken, 1 point away for Ortega. Ortega gets it to go. Game, set, match. 55 seconds to spare. And Spain get a 21-6 victory over South Africa. And coming up next, it is Egypt against Malaysia, as we will leave you with some of the highlights of what has been a hard-fought victory for Spain against a spirited host nation, South Africa. We'll be back shortly.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in our next contest, it's the men Egypt versus Malaysia. And first to take the floor, Egypt, introducing at number 4, Dola Nahdi. Coming in at 5, Mahdi Abbas. Welcome at number 6, Muhammad Abdelaziz. And at number 9, Ashraf Ammar. Give it up for Egypt. As we welcome on the floor, Malaysia. Coming in at number 7, Razali Tantim. Following at number 8, Frida Yebi Tan. At number 9, Katik Kanapati. At number 11, Muhammad Atik Zakaria.
Well, welcome back to Sun City. It's game 6 of our second round of games as the group phase is now concluded. There is the Malaysia team. Razi, Karthik, Pathi and Ye Bing Tan comprise the Malaysia team who finished Group B or Pool B 1 and 3 with their sole victory coming against South Africa. They'll be taking on an Egypt team who finished 3 and 1 in Pool A. Ashraf Anmar there, the number 9, with the coin toss, as Tuba Nagdi, Mohamed Abdelaziz and Magdi Abbas make up the rest of the Egyptian side. As you see, our 2 officials there taking charge of this contest. Croatia, Portugal is up next after this, but this should be an enticing battle, no doubt about it.
Egypt to take a ball in 3x3 play ball.
And it is time to play ball here. And straight away, Anmar wasting little time, going straight to the basket, and the whistle has gone. Ball's gone out of bounds anyway. Egypt second in Pool A against Malaysia 4th in Pool B. Bing Tan on the ball. 3 to shoot, Bing Tan off the glass. And Ashraf Anmar with the rebound. Here is Magdi Abbas. Abbas, a good long-range shooter. Has a really low release on his shot as well. Here he is trying to get the rebound, but the ball goes out of bounds. Bing Tan on the ball. Bing Tan inside, 3 second. In fact, shot clock violation has been called on Zakaria, Mohamed Atib Zakaria, the number 11 for Malaysia. Here is Anmar. Anmar from the free throw line doesn't get that to go. We're still awaiting our first points. Just around a minute played now. Bing Tan. He'll go for 2. Banks it home. I know it's a boring old saying, but the bank has been opened quite a lot here in Sun City. And these players, well, all the players, both men and women, have cashed out quite a lot here in this luxurious resort of Sun City Home to some glamorous casinos. Loads of great musical legends have performed here. And now it's home to the inaugural 3x3 World Championships as Ye Bing Tan gets Malaysia a point. Anmar can't get that to fall. Abdulaziz has it. Anmar under the cup. And Egypt are off and running. Shot is no good there from Mohamed Zakraya, and that will go out of bounds. Three to 1 in favour of Malaysia. Adil Aziz with the runner, and Bing Tan with the rebound. Zakraya looking for help. Bing Tan rolling to the basket, but it's stolen away by Adil Aziz. Ashraf Anmar, high off the window. Good rebound from Abbas, but finish was lacking. Ball out of bounds. And Malaysia will pick it up. Few of these players have 3x3 experience, most notably in the Asia Oceania Cup in Cambodia. As Adil Aziz just uninterrupted with the self-service checkout. Bing Tan and Zakraya failed to get the ball but was fouled in the process of trying. First team foul for Egypt in this one. Zakraya, 7 to shoot. 12-second shot clocks here in 3x3. Zakraya, Pathi loses it. Bing Tan helps him out. Shot clock violation is called. And we have ourselves a timeout in what has been a cagey affair. Very evenly balanced. 3 to 2 in favour of Malaysia. Great to have everyone on board the IWBF YouTube channel in this incredible facility just outside of Rustenburg, northwest of Johannesburg, on the Bakubang village on the northwest province of South Africa, as we see some of the highlights thus far. This resort opened in the late 70s, and such stars as Elton John, Rod Stewart, and even as recent as Nicki Minaj have been performed here in this very venue. As a 3-second violation has been called against Egypt, Malaysia get the ball back. Here is Kancic. Kancic's pass loose, but it finds Zakraya. 1 to shoot. Zakraya gets it off in time. Good rebound from Kancic. And the putback is no good by Mohamed Atib Zakraya. Magdi Abbas pirouetting his way to the basket, and he'll get a free throw for his troubles. First foul on Malaysia in this one, as the 3 players on the Malaysian team just adjusting themselves for the foul line. Magdi Abbas, a really talented player on this Egyptian 3x3 team. As said, has a really low shooting release. You saw it just there, even though he missed the free throw. But throughout practice, before this tournament, was burying them from long range. Kancic to Zakraya, who banks it in off the feed by the number 7 Razali Kancic. Abbas attacking, and that pass wayward. It goes right into the hands of Ye Bing Tan, who is on the subs bench for Malaysia. Kancic. Kancic will just put it up, and he'll bank it home. The man who loves his long-distance running, Kancic, an Iron Man of this Malaysia team. And a two-pointer for Abbas. That's what I was talking about before the tournament. That was a familiar sight. Kancic off balance, just about drops out, doesn't go in. Abbas. 5-4. As Adil Aziz can't get it, gets his own rebound, puts a little spin on it, and gets it to go. Great to have everyone on board the IWBF YouTube channel, a non-stop bonanza of 3x3 basketball, unlike something you'll ever see before. The first of its kind for wheelchair basketball, the first global world championship in the 3x3 format. We thank you so much for being part of this historic occasion, as Adil Aziz finds Abbas, back to Adil Aziz, and he'll put it in. And Egypt now have a 6-5 lead past the halfway point of this one. Zakraya, and he banks it home. Abbas attacking Pathy, but Pathy is up to the task. Abbas puts in a two again, 2 twos in this contest. Zakraya, and Bingtan couldn't hang on to that. The ball goes out of bounds anyway. And Egypt will here is Adil Aziz. Abbas is feeling it, but this time he feels the cold, just like the South African night sky. Bingtan is in a straitjacket here, just about gets out of it. Pathy is in space and in rhythm. This game really could go either way. I said to you before that this was going to be an intriguing game. It's proving to be that, as Adil Aziz misses inside. Zakraya. Pathy again. Why not? But he misses that one. Adil Aziz. Adil Aziz now still has the ball. 3 to shoot. He's got to put something up. Abbas, they've got to throw it up. And Abbas off to the right with the 2. Just feel the intensity building up between these two teams as a foul is called and the basket from Zakraya. 3:05 to play. We have a timeout on the floor. What a contest this has been thus far. .05 to play, tied up at 8. It might be low scoring, but as it's low scoring, it's incredibly high on intensity. And that makes for thrilling viewing no matter what. And now Malaysia, who finished 4th in Pool B, their 1 win coming against South Africa, with a chance here to take the lead. They don't get it. They get the rebound, and Pathy puts it in. Kancic with the score. Abbas. Adil Aziz has it. Abbas throws it up. And that'll be a shot clock violation. The 2-pointer from Magdi Abbas hit the bottom of the backboard. Rosali Kancic. Pathy has to really get it. He does. They keep it alive. The shot is up. The shot is no good. From Zakraya, Abbas looking to bob and weave his way to the basket. Ashraf Ammar gets it. We're tied at 9. Both teams leaving it all out on the floor. Zakraya fading away. Abdelaziz, it's welcomed into his arms. Abbas, 2 to shoot. Abbas has got to get busy. Throws it up, puts it in. 2-pointer. The third one of the game for the Fab Five of Egypt. And it's banked home by Zakraya. What a game this has been. This is what 3x3 basketball is all about. This is what the IWBF is bringing you right now. This is what Egypt and Malaysia are giving you. Kancic, he'll go for 2. Abdelaziz with the rebound. Kancic gets it. Behind the basket is Zakraya, who banks it home. We're tied at 11, 1:15 to play. Offensive foul against Egypt. Well, Croatia and Portugal have got a bit of a stage to fill here if they're to emulate what's going on here. And Malaysia now take the lead. Kancic, the scorer. Abbas. Foul on the floor. 57.5 to play. Malaysia, 4th place in Pool B, leading Egypt 2nd in Pool A. The unpredictable nature of 3x3 shining right now. The reverse layup is no good. 2nd bite of the cherry for Ashraf Ammar. We're tied at 12. Who can come through in the clutch? Who is colder than a grandmother's kiss? Because right now, these two teams need a big-time player for the big-time occasion. Abbas. Abbas, a 2. That's short, and he'll get his own rebound. Abdelaziz, Ammar. Ammar close to the hoop, no good. Rebounded Zakraya. Kancic. Final 10 seconds. We're tied at 12. Zakraya. No. Ball is loose. It's out of bounds. 3.1 to play. We have a timeout. In, without question, one of the most thrilling games thus far in these IWBF 3x3 World Championships. We thank you so very, very much for joining us in this historic tournament in Sun City, South Africa. And Magdi Abbas has been making it rain in the sunshine in Sun City. Malaysia ball, 3.3 to play. What's going to happen? Zakraya banks it home on the buzzer. Malaysia win. Heartbreak for Egypt. Jubilation for Malaysia. What a win. What a game.
Congratulations, Malaysia.
Malaysia with a 13-12 win in an instant classic here in Sun City. Well, Portugal, Croatia, top that. You're up next. Stick around, we'll be back in just a moment.
floor is the man from Croatia. Please welcome, winning number 7, Stepan Pešić. Coming in at number 8, Nikola Bistrovic. At number 9, Vladimir Demirovic. At 11, Ante Pivac. Give it up for Croatia.
Well, I hope you've recovered from the last game, because now the basketball still coming to you thick and fast, as now we have Croatia taking on Portugal, an all-European affair here in South Africa. Croatia, who finished third in Pool A with a 3-1 record, taking on Portugal, who finished 0-3 in Pool C in a very tough group that had Spain, Canada and the experienced Austria side in it. There are the Portuguese team: Pedro Bartolo, Jorge Calhanero, Alexandre Conde and Joel His. And for Croatia, it is Stepan Pešić, Nikola Bistrovic, Ademir Demirovic and Ante Stimac. Well, we welcome you all to the IWBF YouTube channel. John Hobbs on hand for the final game in the men's portion before we hand over to my colleague Caroline Bullock, who will guide you through the Women's World Championships. Croatia will get the first possession, Portugal in red. Croatia in their infamous white with the red and white checks. These two teams, Division B powerhouses in the European sector of the IWBF zones. But this is a very different atmosphere, a very different format to what they're used to, as they are battling out on the world stage. And we are seconds away from tip-off. We are underway. Croatia get us started. Ante Stimac has it. And the pass goes straight to Pedro Bartolo. Here is Calhanero. Calhanero in all kinds of space. That's a long one-pointer. Of course, ones and twos here in 3x3 basketball. Inside the perimeter is a one-pointer. Outside is a two-pointer. 12-second shot clock, as opposed to the traditional 24 seconds in 5-on-5. And a different basketball as well, the 3x3 basketball, the size 6 but the weight of a size 7. Different paneling as well. A very light ball, it must be said. But the players have all enjoyed using it throughout these World Championships. Croatia now off the mark first, as Stepan Pešić with the first score. Calhanero, that was a risky bounce pass, and Bartolo was telling him just throw it up next time. Pešić, here is Ante Stimac, Stimac, that's short. Demirovic can't get it to fall. Second time of asking, he does. Rebounding machine. Demirovic, and early physicality and statement of intent from both teams, as Joel His hits the deck. Bartolo. Bartolo loses, well, the pass went to Hees, who lost it, but the whistle has gone. Croatia up 2-0 in our all-European affair before the women take over. As Bartolo gets Portugal off and running. Stimac, the KKI Verbas man, as is Demirovic, and a 3-second violation, so Portugal will get the ball back. Bartolo gets it to go. Well, we've seen Pedro Bartolo's 2-point exploits from beyond the arc. Demirovic close to the hoop, and he gets the friendly bounce. 3-2 to Croatia early doors. We're just under 2 minutes, or just around the 2-minute mark. Hees, Joel Hees, will get a free throw. Alexandre Conde waiting in the wings for Portugal, as is Nikola Bistrovic for Croatia. Both those players actually have started on the end lines for these two teams. Stimac, Pesic, 6 to shoot, and the ball out of bounds. And I think that'll be a Croatia ball. It will be. Stimac has a bit of freedom of the land, doesn't get the drop. Demirovic to Stimac. That's a beautiful pass from Demirovic. And a technical foul has been called. And it's on Joel Hees. Hear the music in the background. It's been fantastic vibes here in Sun City, where we have been welcomed with open arms. The locals here have been extremely friendly. Of course, this Sun City Super Bowl is adjoined with a shopping mall, and all the staff in the numerous restaurants and shops have been incredibly friendly, very positive, and it's been a lot of fun here in the resort. Also, the Hard Rock Cafe of Sun City is located in this resort as well, if you're a fan. As the ball is loose, Pesic, and a shot clock violation for Croatian. Frustration for Ademir Demirovic. Great to have so many Croatia fans locking in on the IWBF YouTube channel. Any Portugal fans in the vicinity, let us know if you're watching on as well. Or wherever you are across the world. Certainly very different to what most of you are probably accustomed to with the 5-on-5 game. IWBF expanding its reach to include more nations with this 3x3 basketball. You're looking at just two of those nations right here. Of course, Malaysia, Kenya, United Arab Emirates, and Slovenia, the other nations that spring to mind. Of course, for the women, look no further than the Switzerland women, as he spanks in a mid-range. And a foul is called. And we have a timeout with 6:48 to play. Nothing separating the two teams. We're tied at 4. And a big thank you to everyone joining us on the IWBF YouTube channel. Big thank you as well to our event organisers, WBSA, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, and a special welcome, if he is watching, and hopefully he is watching, to President of the WBSA, Craig Morgas, who's recovering from an illness and hopefully is watching this somewhere at home. Big thank you to our principal and global partners, RGK, who have a designated repair workshop here behind the practice courts. They've travelled all the way from the United Kingdom to be here as Bartolo misses the shot inside. And a whistle has gone. Not inside, excuse me, that shot was a mid-range. Pretty sure you know that by now. As Jorge Carrianero for the free throw for Portugal. 14 fouls for Canada. Remember, once you get over 6, it'll be free throws for the opposition. So Croatia could sense an advantage here. Trailing 5-4 though. Here is Bartolo. Bartolo, no hesitation, but that's off to the right. And Ante Stimac will just let that roll out of bounds. And there are the Portugal fans on the chat. Hello to you, Antonio. Great to have you on board, good sir. Demirovic, great dump-off pass. And Pesic can't finish. Stepan Pesic, part of the team that competed for Croatia at last year's European Division B Championships. Hees gets it to go all string. Demirovic, that's a really risky pass to Demirovic, especially with Carrianero and Hees all over him like a rash. Stimac fakes the shot, goes for the pass. Everyone getting a touch on the Croatian team, and Pesic the beneficiary. And Portugal need to get it over the perimeter here. They haven't been able to, and a whistle has gone. Bartolo just being helped up. Entering the halfway point of this one. And Croatia with the ball. Stimac, self-service checkout time and a foul. Ante Stimac, who averaged 19 points and 8 assists at last year's Division B European Championships. Another player for KKI Verbas. Demirovic one-handed. No good. Portugal now get it over the perimeter but have 7 to shoot. Bartolo lets fly. And Demirovic gets the rebound, gets the ball, the bounce pass to Pesic. Pesic and a foul. No, it won't count, excuse me. 3-second violation, and Portugal get the ball. Joel Hees wants to take it himself. That's off the back iron. 4:46 to play. As Kenya and Australia warming up behind the court. The women set to take the stage in just a moment at the conclusion of this contest. Joel Hees from the elbow, money. And a whistle has gone. .23 to play. It's been a very even contest. Both teams matching each other blow for blow. Ante Stimac has it. Stimac to the basket. right down Main Street. He couldn't get the layup to drop. Carionero sweeps it wide. It's welcomed in by Bartolo. Bartolo, it rattled around and out. Croatia with 5 to shoot. Behind the back pass from Demirovic. Deflected out of bounds. We did see a few of them yesterday on day one, particularly from the Australian men's side and Lachlan Dalton. As Stimac's shot smacks the backboard. Hees. Bartolo. Bartolo sees the range. That's off to the right as Hees and Demirovic were battling for it. Demirovic comes out with the win on that one and gets the ball and doesn't get the drop. Bartolo. Hees. Hees fading away a little bit. And Demirovic to Stimac. Pesic. We do wonder if we are going to see Nikola Bistrovic at some point as a timeout is called. Alexandre Conde waiting in the wings as well for Portugal. Portugal leads 7-6 in a very closely fought affair. Neither team giving the other an inch in a game that was just as close as Egypt-Malaysia earlier. Of course, Malaysia winning that on the buzzer. Maybe we might see a back-to-back closely fought last seconds. You never know. Six seconds on the shot clock for Croatia. It's down to 2, and it goes in. Stipan Pesic, you had to wonder if he knew if there was any time on the clock. Bartolo to Hees. Hees, 3-second violation against Joel Hees. Not happy with the call, but the right call by the officials. Ante Stimac. 2:56 to play. Ante Stimac still has the ball. And a foul called on the floor. Croatia have gone nearly 3 minutes without fouling. Here is Stimac. Pesic, quick release, but misses everything. Still has it. That's short as well. Ball loose. Bartolo has it. Hees has it. That was a risky pass. Hees did well to collect. He's all alone. Misses the layup. And a foul has been called. 2:29 to play. We're tied at 7. That's the 5th foul on Croatia, who now really have to be disciplined. They did go around 3 and a bit minutes without committing a foul, and now it gets a bit cagey for them as they have to really be disciplined. Here is Hees. Hees for 2. And that ball will go out of bounds. 2:22 to play. And both teams don't seem to be feeling the pressure. Here is Stimac, just given freedom of the land, goes inside. Another foul is called. And Carionero, I think, needs help getting up. As Joel Hees and Croatia's Ademir Demirovic help him up. Ante Stimac at the line for a free throw. Tied at 7, 2:14 remaining. Croatia with 5 team fouls. Once they get to over 6, then it'll be free throws for the opposition. As he misses the free throw, Demirovic, though, picks up and puts it in. 8-7 now to Croatia. Bartolo, that's off the back iron, and that's asking too much of Joel Hies. And now Croatia with a chance to create a little bit of separation between themselves and Portugal. Here is Stimac, under 2 to play. Stimac still has it. Shot clock at 5. Stimac goes for glory. And it's no good, but Croatia will get it back. 1:48 to play in a very physical contest. Stimac. Pesic is inside. Pesic can't get the drop. Portugal now with a chance to tie or even take the lead. Carneiro, that's a shot clock violation. But it doesn't matter, Croatia have the ball. Here is Pesic going inside, and Croatia have a 2-point lead. 1:12 to go. Bartolo ties it. Just when Portugal had a little bit of separation, or Croatia had their separation, Portugal come back. Demirovic, and Croatia retake the lead. Final minute. Carneiro's pass. It's loose. It's a red ball. It's a Portugal ball. 3 on the shot clock. Hies throws it up. Puts it in! Joel Hies from downtown. Portugal with the lead. And Demirovic now scores. I believe that was actually a 1-pointer, I think, from Hies. But either way, we're tied at 11. Bartolo off the back iron. 3-second violation is the call. Well, back-to-back games that are going down to the wire. What more do you want? Final seconds. Demirovic, the ball is loose. That should be a Croatia ball. I believe it is. Portugal want a timeout. 5.2 to play. Well, we saw heroics in our earlier game with Malaysia getting the win over Egypt. And we're having more of the same here. Well, we did say that Croatia and Portugal have got a tough act to follow, but my goodness me, they're getting there. It's an incredible game. Everything you want and more in these inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. 5.2 to play, and I believe Croatia now want a timeout. I think we have, I think Demirovic is just needing to retake. Oh, what a contest. What a last 2 games we've had. And this one, we could have overtime, we could have a buzzer beater, just like we saw earlier on with Malaysia. 2 to shoot for Croatia. Stimac goes for 2. That's off the back iron, and we have overtime. So with overtime, it's 1-2.
We've got overtime.
So whoever scores the first 2 will get the win. Well, Well, already in the men's draw, we've had 2 overtimes. Of course, we had overtime yesterday between Canada and Austria. In fact, we've had 3 overtimes now, if you include this. Earlier on, we had Croatia and Egypt. This will be the second time today that Croatia have been involved in an overtime game. It's been an enthralling last 2 contests. And we thank you all for joining us on the IWBF YouTube channel. We hope you're enjoying it. And to answer the question about the Wilson ball from the IWBF delinquents, that is a size 6 ball, but it's a size 7 weight. Different paneling as well, designed for the 3x3 game, as Jorge Carneiro will go to the foul line for Portugal here in overtime in what has been a thrilling contest. Carneiro misses, Stimac, and the ball will go out of bounds. A 2-pointer would win it for either team. Of course, it's 1st to 2 here in overtime. Well, the women certainly have a tough act to follow then in their round of games coming up. Kaz Bullock is on hand. As we are back underway, Bartolo has the ball. Hees, 8 to shoot. Hees, Bartolo, 3 to shoot. That's a 1-pointer if it goes, and the ball will go out of bounds. Ante Stimac. Stimac, a 1-pointer from the elbow. And it's taken by Joel Hees. Hees still has it. Hees, Carneiro, Bartolo. And again, neither team refusing to budge. The ball is loose. The ball is out. Who has it? Croatia have it. Here in overtime. Stimac. Stimac, Pesic, no good. Rebounded Carneiro. Here is Bartolo. Bartolo decides not to go for the win immediately. Carneiro, no good. Way off with that. Gets it at the second attempt. No good. Hees puts it in. And the ball, well, whistle has gone. And we just have a, referee's just having a check over with something. And it looks like that shot will not count. It was a shot clock violation, I think. So we're back to where we started. So we're tied at 11, and now a timeout has been called. No, a technical foul has been called. Excuse me, that's my apologies. I'm allowed one mistake a day, as Demirovic will now go to the line. Demirovic, an offensive juggernaut of this Croatia team, makes the free throw. And now Croatia on the verge. One-pointer wins it for them. Stimac. Inside, Pesic all alone, blows the layup. Oh, that would have been huge. That would have won it. Bartolo puts it in! And that is game! Pedro Bartolo from downtown. And Portugal get their first win of the World Championships, and what a time to get it. They have beaten Croatia 13-12. And for the women, they have got a surefire, tough act to follow, but they will certainly be up to the task. Stand by, because the thrilling action continues.
Welcome back into the Super Bowl here in Sun City. We've just had the men's knockouts, an absolutely thrilling game between Croatia and Portugal. Portugal winning in overtime, but now it's the time for the women's quarter-finals. First game will be Australia and Kenya, as Australia take the floor. They went unbeaten in Group A, had wins over Great Britain, South Africa and Switzerland. They finished top of Group A, so they play the fourth place team in Group B, which is Kenya, as the team comes out onto the court. Australia in their yellow jerseys. Hannah Dodd, Georgia Munro-Cook, Tasha Ovens and Ebony Stevenson.
And coming in to dance with the ladies from Kenya, introducing.
And Kenya will take to the floor. Their first time on a world stage here at the 3x3 World Championships. They had a loss to Spain in Group B earlier today. As they come out onto the court, Joyce Ambassa, Rahel Arkoth, Carolyn Wanjira and Beth Wanja taking to the court. Kenya playing in red today. So the quarter-finals are set. Coming up after this game, we will have Spain and Switzerland, followed by Great Britain and South Africa, and then Canada and South Africa. A place in the semi-final awaits the winner of each of the four quarter-finals. The winner of today's quarter-final between Australia and Kenya will face the winner of Spain and Switzerland that follows this game. And the runner-up will play in the placing games tomorrow. So still all to play for out here on this court, as the tip is decided by a coin flip. In 3x3, there's no jump ball, it's a coin flip, and the winner decides whether they want to take possession at the start of the game or wait until a potential overtime situation and have possession then. In 3x3, we are playing 10-minute games. It's a 12-minute shot clock on a half-court. Shots inside the arc are worth 1 point. Shots outside are worth 2. No head coaches out on the floor. Teams do have head coaches that they've been working with in practice and in the run-up to the games. But it is the players who are coaching themselves out there on the floor. So as we're about to get things underway, it will be Australia with the first possession. And Ebony Stevenson will control it for the Wombats. And we're underway as Munro Cook has time to think about the shot, but passes inside to the cutting Stevenson. Gets Australia on the board straight away. 9 seconds gone. No hesitation there from Stevenson. So, Kenya ball. Arkoth using the screen from Ambassa. Over to Wanja. 3 seconds. Shots up off the rim. Ball's chased down, but it will go out of bounds, so Australia will get it back. And Kenya, their first time on a world stage. They're really growing the game of 3x3 in Kenya. Developing the players, getting those opportunities to come up against teams like Australia in this competition as Munro Cook takes it all the way. And there's teams that we've seen across the men's groups and the women's groups. As I said, first time on the world stage. In the women's groups, it's Kenya and Switzerland. For the men, Slovenia, the United Arab Emirates and Croatia, along with the Kenyan team. And it's great to see the growth of the game. Just shows how global it is and the accessibility of 3x3. The IWBF working really hard to put a program in place to really grow 3x3 as a focus point and develop players. As the ball inside is taken away by Munro Cook. Dodd has it for Australia. Dodd finds Munro Cook under the basket. It's short, and Arkoth grabs the rebound. Now watch Rahel Arkoth. She has been crashing the boards for Kenya this whole competition. Does a good job positioning herself underneath the hoop. As Dodd kicks the ball out to Stevenson. Back to Dodd. Munro Cook with space inside. Rolls out. And Ambassa will take it for Kenya. Arkoth against Dodd. 2 seconds. Needs to put something up. It's intercepted by Munro Cook. Comes away with the ball. Has to clear it from behind the arc. She will, and then weaving inside. Gets to the hoop. Shot bounces out. Gets her own rebound and cleans up the glass. Australia up 3-0 as ball is not... Oh, it is saved. Oh, great moves by Stevenson behind the back. Showtime from Stevenson. And Munro Cook finishing the play. You see how in sync this Australian team are. As Wanja's shot doesn't go. Chased down by Stevenson. Dodd cutting inside. Takes it to the hole. And all these players out there for Australia, they are playing in the Women's National Wheelchair Basketball League in Australia, playing both 5-on-5 and in the 3x3 League out in Australia, which is just a really great addition to the game in the country. It gives the players an opportunity to develop those 3x3 skills consistently, week in, week out over the course of the season. As Munro Cook fading away, doesn't get it to fall. Stevenson's there, puts it back in the basket. And Ebony Stevenson, at just 15 years old, has been having herself a tournament. She is showing why she is one of the most exciting young players in Australia. Coaches are really high on her talent. A lot of them want to work with her. She's got huge potential. And Glider's head coach, Craig Campbell, says, you know, she is certainly a player to watch. So a substitution for Australia, Tasha Ovens, coming into the game for the first time for the Wombats. Munro Cook has space for the shot, passes over to Stevenson. Doesn't get it to drop. So Kenya will have possession. Kenya looking for their first score of the game. And we will take a time-out. So 6-0 Australia with 6:51 left on the clock. The winner of this game will move on to the semi-finals, which are taking place tomorrow. The semi-finals will start at 11:55. And the winner of this game will be facing the winner of Spain and Switzerland, which is coming up next at 4:55 today. So stay tuned to the IWBF YouTube channel. You don't want to miss a second of the action. We've had overtimes, we've had buzzer beaters, we've had absolutely incredible games over the last day and a half, and we've still got more to come. So back out on court, it will be Australia ball. Apologies, it's Kenya ball. No, Australia. What are we going for? It is Australia ball. I was right first time. As ball needs to be checked, so the defending player passes to the player on offense, and then the ball has to be cleared over the line, as Munro Cook does there as she rolls into the lane. Takes the shot, bounces out, and chases down her own rebound. Such a strong rebounder is Munro Cook. Finds Stevenson under the basket, who finishes for Australia. Ambassa. Ball's knocked out of bounds. Australia have a 7-0 lead here. Carolyn Wanjira against Stevenson. Looks for some help, finds it in Ambassa. And 12-second violation. Australia take it back. And Kenya, a team that came 6th at the Commonwealth Games back in 2022 in Birmingham. They're really building on that 3x3 experience as Munro Cook splashes in another for Australia. Ambassa looking for some help, needs to pass out of it. Wanjira's there, clears the ball, 1 second, and that will be too much time off the clock. So Australia possession. Munro Cook drops inside. Ovens and Tasha Ovens. The roll to the basket, the way she's able to get into those lanes, finds herself underneath the basket. An incredible finisher at the rim. Really, really strong out there for the Wombats this weekend. And that'll be a shot clock violation against Australia. That 12-second shot clock goes so quickly. As Hannah Dodd back into the game. The two-time Paralympian out on the floor for Australia. Wanja works against Stevenson. Ovens knocks the ball away. Good hands there from Ovens. A really tough defender as Dodd finds Ovens. Ball's knocked out of bounds, and Beth Wanja there taking the time off the clock, forcing Australia to have to reset. Stops a really quick play there from Australia. And Stevenson returns the favour. Kenya keep possession, 10 seconds on the shot clock. Ambassa, Wanjira, too strong. Australia ball. So coming up after this game, we have Spain and Switzerland, followed by Great Britain and South Africa, and then rounding out the quarterfinals with Canada and South Africa as Dodd drills the shot. Australia up to 10. Ambassa against Ovens. Stevenson intercepts it as Ovens to the cutting Dodd, high off the glass and in. And Australia racking up the points here as Ovens again to the basket. That's short. Picked up by Stevenson. That one's good. Ambassa and Stevenson chasing for the ball. Stevenson gets to it. Dodd weaving through traffic, hands off to Stevenson, and another point there for Ebony Stevenson. Takes Australia up to 13. Dodd with the steal. Dodd averaging 2.9 steals per game in the Women's National Wheelchair Basketball League this season. No surprise to anyone when she gets her hands into those passing lanes. As the ball goes out of bounds. And it's been great to see the expansion of the Women's National Wheelchair Basketball League in Australia this season. They've expanded from 4 teams up to 6 for the 2025 season, and that just provides more pathways to players that want to make a route to the Gliders senior team, really giving a lot of players those opportunities and just growing the game back home in Australia, especially with the addition of the 3x3 league. So a timeout called, 13-0 to Australia, 3:51 to go here in this quarter-final matchup between the top-seeded team in Group A and the 4th-placed team in Group B. The team's back out on the floor. It is Australia possession. Ovens from deep, too strong. That's a good look from Taysha Ovens. She leads the Women's National Wheelchair Basketball League in 3-pointers made this season. Georgia Munro-Cook, her teammate, out on the floor, is second. So threats from deep out on the floor for Australia. Ovens to Munro-Cook. Good hands from Arkoff to knock the ball away. Picked up by Ovens. 1 second and time will run out for Australia. Good defense there from Arkoff, able to read that pass, knock the ball, forcing the 12-second violation. Arkoff working against Munro-Cook. Ambassa, 1 second on the clock, and not enough time to get something off. Australia will get it back. 3:23 to play, 13-0 Australia lead here. A place in the semi-final awaits the winner of today's game. Munro-Cook off the rim. Ovens is there for the rebound, too strong, and Arkoff pulls it down for Kenya. Wanjira clears the ball. Ambassa picked off by Ovens. And be a clock violation. So Australia a chance to increase this lead. They went unbeaten in the group stages as Munro-Cook finds a way to the basket. Arkoff. Ball's knocked away by Dodd. Ambassa has it, but a shot clock running down. You see there Hannah Dodd putting the pressure on defensively. Knocks the ball away. Again, I've spoken about it a lot throughout the course of the tournament, but those players, those disruptive defenders, are really crucial on any basketball team, but in 3x3 as well, with only 12 seconds. If they're knocking the ball away, it's on the floor, it takes a couple of seconds off the clock, makes it really difficult for her opponents. As Stevenson, another shot for Australia. Stevenson has been showing out across this weekend, as can't come up with a steal, but playing for the Perth Wheelcats in the WNWBL this season. Stevenson, tough shot, won't fall. Arkoff has the rebound. Ambassa, 3 seconds. Over to Arkoff, needs to put something up. And won't get it off in time. Ovens will take it from the top. Dodd. That's good! And Hannah Dodd, with a long-range shot, takes Australia to 16. Stevenson intercepts the pass. Dodd again going to the basket. Spins down. Arkoth secures the rebound for Kenya. But it will go off Kenya, so Australia basketball. In 3x3, we are playing to 21 or whichever team is leading after 10 minutes of play. Dodd. Ball's knocked away by Wanjira. As Georgia Munro-Cook subs back into the game for Australia. Now in 3x3, there is a limit to the classification points you can have out on the court. So points cannot exceed 8.5. So the players' points must add up to 8.5 or less, as Munro-Cook finishing at the rim. So you'll see different combinations of players when they substitute. As Arkoth's shot won't go. Australia at 17 points here, 1:14 to play. Up next will be Switzerland and Spain. As Munro-Cook has it. Gets it to drop. As Stevenson draws the foul. Will be just the first team foul on Kenya. And Australia will take it from the top. 3 points away from 21 here. Munro-Cook from deep. Won't go. Stevenson's there to clean up the glass. As Wanjira looks to pass out of it, Stevenson knocks the ball away. Australia possession. Dodd going to the basket, dishes off to Munro-Cook, rims out, and Arkoth can't save it inside the lines. 31.6 seconds to go as Ovens back in for Australia. Ovens. Stevenson working her way inside, too strong, gets her own rebound. And again, Stevenson has been working really hard on the offensive glass this weekend, as she does every time she's out on the court. Ovens over to Munro-Cook. Munro-Cook for the win, bounces out, gets it back. Stevenson inside, and that will do it. Congratulations to Australia. Moving on to the semi-final tomorrow, where they will face either Spain or Switzerland. Stay tuned to the IWBF YouTube channel, because that game is coming up in just a few minutes' time. Australia with a 21-0 win over Kenya, just with 9.3 seconds left on the clock. So it will be Australia moving on to tomorrow's semi-final. Kenya will go again, though. We have the placing games taking place from 9 o'clock tomorrow here on the IWBF YouTube channel. We'll be placing games, semi-finals and the finals, all throughout tomorrow for the men's and women's competitions. All the games will be live. If you want to come down to Sun City, if you're in the area, if you're near Johannesburg, get in your car, drive on over, come and join some of the fans in the crowd. We've got some flags being waved about. The Swiss fans behind me getting ready for their team to come out on court. And a big thank you to Sun City Resort for hosting such an incredible event this weekend. It's been an absolutely brilliant display of 3x3 basketball out on the court in just a legendary venue here in Sun City. As teams get ready to take the floor. So next up, Spain and Switzerland. Spain finished second in Group B, had wins against Kenya and South Africa. And Switzerland finished third in Group A, got their first win of the tournament against South Africa earlier today. So Spain coming out onto the court. Spain playing in white today. Sonia Ruiz, Sara Revuelta, Virginia Perez and Isabel Lopez out on court for Spain. They've been averaging 14.3 points per game across the group stages. They are the current 3x3 Europe Cup champions, winning in Austria last year, bringing home the gold medal. Sonia Ruiz and Sara Revuelta on that team last year. As Switzerland take to the court. New team on the world stage are Switzerland. They have been putting on a show for the fans this weekend. Vira Huber, Louisa Hughes and Miriam Waller playing as a 3 in this competition. No substitution for Switzerland on the floor. They have been doing an incredible job. Their first win of the tournament coming with an 11-4 win over South Africa earlier today. You can see there the Swiss supporters in the crowd cheering the team on. Decked out in their Swiss flags and hats. You love to see it. So coin toss for possession. And this is a battle between second in Group B and third in Group A. Spain finishing in second, Switzerland in third. So it will be Spain ball to start things off.
3x3
Spain have it, swings it inside, and Lopez will get things started for Spain. Waller works against Lopez. Waller takes it to the basket on the baseline, runs into traffic. 1 second. Time will run out. Good defense there from Spain, putting the pressure on. Spain will get the ball back. Now this is a rematch of the 3x3 Europe Cup final in Austria that happened last year that Spain won. So Switzerland took home the silver medal in that competition. So players that will be familiar with each other, been on a big stage as Lopez's shot is short, pulled down by Huber. As it will just go off Switzerland. Spain will get the ball back. The IWBF integrated the 3x3 Europe Cup with FIBA's 3x3 Europe Cup last year in a first, which was a great event out in Austria. As shots off the rim for Ruiz, picked up by Lopez. Lopez trying to find some space. Under pressure from Huber, off the rim, ball will go off the wheel. So Switzerland with a chance here. It's a 1-0 Spain lead. Ira Huber will set things up for Switzerland. Jude. And watch out for that link up between Jude and Huber. With Jude cutting inside, Huber having put up some fantastic passes, just precision passes to her teammate this weekend. As Lopez can't get it to go. Waller secures the rebound and Huber has it. Huber driving to the basket, swings it over to Jude. Jude under pressure at the end of the clock won't fall, and Ruiz gets the rebound. Revuelta over to Lopez. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Lopez, and won't count shots after the buzzer. Both teams really pressuring the other defensively. You can see them pressuring the ball, just making it really difficult for each other to get shots off. Waller, Lopez on her. Ball's picked off. Revuelta will clear it. Up against Huber. Lopez under the hoop, extra pass. Ruiz's shot doesn't go, gets her own rebound though, and Lopez fading away will take Spain up to 2. Huber using the screen from Waller. That's short. Waller with the rebound. He's going to take it off the rim. And that's a good shot, a good look there from Huber. We've seen her make those over the course of the next 2 days. Ruiz to the basket and in. Waller. And ball's going to just go out of bounds. Huber couldn't get there in time. Spain basketball. It's a 3-0 lead here. 7:07 to play. Perez, shot doesn't fall. Huber has it for Switzerland. Huge. Shots up, and that's good! Gets Switzerland onto the scoreboard. Passing inside to Perez. Answers for Spain. Takes the lead up to 3. Huber. Going to the basket, finds a way, too strong. Ruiz. Perez backing away. Shot pops out, but rebound for Spain. Perez will try again, and success that time. As we will have a timeout called to a 5-1 lead for Spain over Switzerland here. 6:18 to play. The winner of this game will face Australia tomorrow in the semi-final. That game will be taking place at 11:55. Coming up after this game, we have Great Britain and South Africa, and that will be followed by Canada and South Africa. The second set of quarterfinals. Switzerland looking to put into this 4-point Spanish lead. Take it from the top for Switzerland. As Waller. Waller working to find some space. Huber under the basket and fouled on the shot. That will put her at the line. And what a sequence there coming out of that timeout for Switzerland. Huber finding the space underneath the basket. Shot doesn't go, but a chance here at the line. Vira Huber playing for the Pilates Dragons this season alongside her teammate Miriam Waller. They won the Swiss Championship this year and have been playing for the Dragons since 2021. Long shot from Spain doesn't fall. Huber gets the rebound. Waller using the screen from Hughes. 2 seconds. We'll need to put something up. That's short. Spain a chance to add to their lead. Perez. And spins out. Gets her own rebound and takes it all the way. Can't get it to go. Will finish for Spain. And good hustle there from Spain on that possession. getting the offensive rebounds, getting those second chance points, takes them up to 6. 5:29 to play here in this quarter-final matchup. Intercepted by Perez. Puts it up from range, rolls down, and Waller gets it for Switzerland. Waller spins. Huber's there. Hughes roll into the basket, in off the glass. And that is that roll to the basket that Huber and Hughes have become known for these last couple of days. And a foul called against Spain. That's their second team foul. It will be Switzerland ball. Will take it from the top. Waller, ball's loose, picked up, Perez has it. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Perez from range, off the rim. Ball goes back the way of Switzerland. Swiss women's national team only created a few years ago. There's a small number of players involved in the programme, and there's a real focus on 3x3 and growing the game, developing the players out on court that you see. And these are all players that played in the 3x3 Europe Cup last year that won that silver medal. You can see how they are really in sync out there on the court, very familiar with each other. The amount of work they've put into the programme, and being so young, they have an average age of just under 21. So you've got to think how exciting it is to see these players growing and developing. What will they look like out there on the floor in 2, 3, 5 years' time? It's a really exciting time for Swiss basketball. They will have possession, looking to cut into this Spanish lead. It's 6-2 with over 4 minutes to play. Ball's taken away by Perez. Rueth back to Perez, working against Waller. Perez lines it up and can't get the roll. Huber has it. Waller runs into traffic. 3 seconds, Waller, extra pass over to Huber, can't get it to go. Back with Spain. And Perez fading away inside, gets it to drop. Huber against Perez. Huber from the baseline, it's short. Spain will have it back. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Perez breaks free, has Revuelta from the foul line, but that will be after the whistle. Ball goes back the way of Switzerland, but we will have a timeout first of all. 3 minutes 10 left to play, a 7-2 lead for Spain over Switzerland. Coming up next, we have got Great Britain and South Africa, followed by Canada and South Africa in the other 2 quarter-finals games. Teams playing for a place in the semi-finals. We will also have the placing games taking place from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on the IWBF YouTube channel. You can catch all the action live all weekend long. The women's final will take place at 4:15 tomorrow. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We still have the rest of the quarterfinals to play. 3:10 and it's a 5-point Spanish lead. Huber. 6 seconds, puts it up and doesn't get it to go. A great look though from Huber. As Rueth has it for Spain. Revuelta, too strong. Waller against Revuelta. 3 seconds. We'll need to put something up here. puts it up, too strong. Huber with the rebound. Tough shot. Doesn't go. And ball's out of bounds. Spain possession, 2:31 to play here. Ruiz uses the screen, off the rim, ball's tipped, and it will be Spain ball. Good boxing out there from Ruiz. Realised Switzerland had touched the ball last, so Spain keep possession. Lopez. And tough shot from Lopez over the outstretched arm of Waller. And it's an 8-2 Spain lead. Yude going baseline, ball's out of bounds. Spain will have it. Ruiz looks to get free. Waller picks off the ball. Time for Switzerland here. Waller weaving away through traffic. Huber needs to chase it down. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Will launch and off the rim. Now Spain get it back. Ruiz to Revuelta. Rolls out. And Huber saves it for Switzerland. Oh, it will just be a wheel over the line. Give Spain possession back. As Lopez will take it from the top for Spain, the 2-time Paralympian. And Ruiz. Ruiz behind the head pass over to Lopez. What a finish! Ruiz with eyes in the back of her head. Knows instinctively where her teammate's going to be out there on the floor. And then Lopez finishing underneath the basket. This is a very well-drilled Spanish team. As Huber tries to find some space. Shots up and won't fall. Fighting for a rebound though. Gets her own rebound and takes it to the basket. And ball will need to be cleared as Spain a hand on it, so it went back with Switzerland, but Switzerland, if they get it back, need to clear the ball. If you don't clear the ball, it won't count. So checked ball, Lopez to Ruiz. Last minute of the game. Huber picks up the loose ball. Switzerland with a 3-on-2 break here, but it's going to go and get picked up by Huber. It will go out of bounds. As Ruiz, he helps up. Spanish team that finished 8th at the Paris Paralympics last year. All players out there on the floor were representing Spain in the competition. And taking part in the 3x3 World Championships this weekend, but players that know each other very well, having played together for such a long time and played at high levels in Tokyo and in Paris. Over the last few years, you build that familiarity with each other in the 5-on-5 game, and it translates to the 3x3 game. Obviously different rules, players playing in different positions and setups, but you know where your teammates are going to be, and you can see it. And you can also see that with the Swiss team as well, having started very young together, building the program. Waller gets the rebound for Switzerland. Huber against Ruiz. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Huber trying to find some space. And shot doesn't go. back with Spain. Perez with time running down. Shot clock is off, but doesn't get that to drop. But congratulations to Spain, a 9-2 win over Switzerland. They will be moving on to tomorrow's semi-final, and they will be facing Australia in the first semi-final game at 11:55 tomorrow. And for Switzerland, they'll be playing in the placing games tomorrow. A team that have really put on a show for the fans here this weekend. Be very proud of how they've come out on this world stage, their first time in a world competition. And a really young team, as I said earlier. There's so much potential out there for this Swiss team. They're going to be a really exciting team to watch develop over the next few years. And for Spain, a big win, 9-2, on to the semi-finals, where they will face Australia. So up next, we will have Great Britain against South Africa as the teams get ready to come out on court. Great Britain finishing second in Group A, and South Africa's B team finishing third in Group B. South Africa have two teams in the women's competition, one in each group. So Great Britain had a loss to Australia earlier today, 12-7. Had wins in the group against Switzerland and South Africa. And for South Africa, third in Group B, they had a win over Kenya 5-4 yesterday. Played their last group game against Switzerland earlier today, where Asive Gilifile went off. Started the game absolutely on fire. Had all four of South Africa's points. And was just hitting from all over the court. So a big thank you to RGK Wheelchairs, doing a brilliant job this weekend. They've got a maintenance station near the practice courts. We've got two fantastic practice courts at the back of the venue, and RGK Wheelchairs making sure all the athletes and their chairs are taken care of, ready to compete this weekend. Also a big thank you to Wheelchair Basketball South Africa for putting on such an incredible event here in Sun City. It's been an absolutely brilliant display of basketball over the course of the last day and a half. We've still got loads more to come. But it's a great setup down here.
The ladies from South Africa.
As you can see on the screen, we've got teams watching each other out on the floor. It's been great to see the support across the venue and for everyone watching live on the IWBF YouTube channel. So Team GB will take to the floor, coming out onto the court in their white jerseys. And it will be Jude Hamer, Jess White, Robin Love and Hayley English. They've been averaging 13.3 points per game over the group games. Had that loss to Australia earlier today. They'll want to bounce back with an eye on the semi-finals tomorrow. 3 players out on the floor that represented Team Scotland at the Commonwealth Games back in 2022 in Birmingham. And with the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow next year in 2026, the home nations that make up Team GB will certainly be wanting to put themselves back on the map. As South Africa come out onto the court. And a 5-4 win against Kenya yesterday, finishing third in Group B. As we see them come out onto the court, Samkela Siwe Mbata, Kiswa Ganza, Ngezwa Hagu, and Afilili Haklasile. And it was Ngezwa Hagu, the South African B team, who's been a really strong player out there for South Africa, crashing the boards, scoring for the team. So a place in the semi-final awaits the winner of this quarter-final. CV Gillifile playing for the South African A team. She will be coming up next when South Africa play Canada. And Sive and the team have been cheering on their teammates throughout the course of the competition. A lot of players across both of the South African teams playing at the under-25 level, so very familiar with each other. They're really building a strong core in South Africa in the under-25 group. So first possession will go to South Africa, as Mbata has it. 7 seconds, Mbata to Hagu, under pressure from Hamer, and White picks up the rebound. Love for Great Britain going to the basket, and ball's knocked out of bounds. So South Africa possession. Mbata over to Hagu. Hagu being defended by White. Hagu will put it up, that's short. So GB possession. Hamer for Great Britain, using the screen from Love. Dishes into Love, and Love banks it in off the glass. And we get Great Britain on the scoreboard, 1-0 lead. Haklusile, White picks off the pass. Hamer over to White. GB have a 3-on-2 advantage here as Love tips the ball to Hamer. Another chance for GB, and Hamer takes it all the way. A 2-0 lead for Great Britain. .57 to play. Coming up after this game, we will have the final quarter-final between Canada and South Africa. Start things off tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the placing games. So the runners-up of the quarter-finals will take part in the placing games. We have the 5th place semi-final, and then placing games for 3rd, 5th and 7th. So Love will set things up for GB. Hamer. Hamer looking to pass out of it. Good defense there from Hagu. Love has it. Spins with 2 seconds off the screen from White. Hits! And GB up to 3 points here. 8:34 to play. Hagu looks to make something for South Africa. And we have a stop on the floor. 12-second shot clock violation. So GB will get it back. Hamer takes it and gets the bounce. As ball will go out of bounds. And we'll see Kaylee English English into the game for Great Britain. English playing for the Loughborough Lightning in the Women's Premier League this season. As she takes it all the way to the hole and drops it in. Instant impact from Kaylee English for Great Britain. Hargu against English, 3 seconds. Hargu from the elbow, too strong, chased down by White. And foul will be called on South Africa. That will be the first team foul. As Robin Love will take it from the top for GB. Love took up wheelchair basketball in 2013 after seeing it at the London Paralympics in 2012. And she was recently awarded an honorary doctorate by Edinburgh Napier University just last month, where she first discovered wheelchair basketball. As White spins to the hoop, puts on the flashy finish for GB. Love will get the ball back. And foul on the floor. GB possession. Love, a real leader out there on court for GB as she takes it from the foul line and nails it. GB up to 7 points. South Africa looking for their first score of the game. Hargu, long shot, too strong. Ball's chased down by Love. Using the screen from English, lines it up and off the side of the rim, will go out of bounds off South Africa. So back with Great Britain. English. Spinning round and ball's intercepted by Ganza. Love will take it back for GB. Love weaving her way through traffic, dishes off to English on the baseline, doesn't go. Love's shot is short, will go again, second time lucky for Robin Love. Robin Love, an excellent facilitator out there on court for Great Britain. The passes that she makes, so quick, knows exactly where her teammates are going to be. She's the master of the no-look pass. Always so good to see out there on court. As she works against Hargu from the foul line, too strong, again gets her own rebound, and English is there under the hoop and is fouled. So Kaylee English will go to the line, and you see there that connection between Love and English. Love looks like she's about to take the shot, and no, she dishes out over to English on the baseline, knows where she's going to be. She's got a good look, but her teammate has a great look. As we have a timeout on the floor. You see there the pass from Love to White. Fantastic finish from Jess White. And Kaylee English and Robin Love, 2 players playing for the Manchester Revolution in the Premier League in the UK this season. English, a really exciting young player out there, was representing GB at the Under-25 World Championships in 2023 when they won silver. The same competition as several of these players on the South African team. They're also building on the foundations from that tournament. As English can't get the roll on the free throw, gets the offensive board, so another chance for GB. English finds some space, gonna take it, too strong, and Gaza has it for South Africa. Gansa, apologies, Hargu with a long shot, won't go, it's tipped, and English fighting for it, but it will go the way of South Africa. And Barter will take it from the top for South Africa. Hargu. And that short, Hamer secures it for GB. White going down the lane, gets the roll, and GB up to 9 points here. Hagu looks to answer for South Africa. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Hagu puts it up and rolls off the rim as White clears the ball. 9-point lead for GB. White against Ganza. And English, too strong, but Hamer is there for the rebound. Puts the ball back in the basket. And referee's just going to confirm if that will count. There's a review on the table. We do have an instant replay system, so going to check if there was any kind of shot clock violation there, if the shot was off in time. So the decision on the floor is the basket is waved off. The 12 seconds had expired. So GB, a 9-point lead. Hagu. And ball spins out, unlucky for that not to fall, as English will find Hamer. Hamer. Good D there from Mbata, putting the pressure on Hamer. As the clock winds down, that one will count. No review needed. GB up to 10 points. Ganza off the rim, back with Hamer. The 3-time Paralympian. Bullet pass inside to English, and English fouled on the shot. She's going to go back to the free throw line. Kaylee English is finding herself in those spots under the basket, positioning herself really well. And it looks like, so English has had to come out. So English wearing glasses, looks like they've caught a knock. So Robin Love is going to have to take the free throw while English gets her glasses fixed. So Love at the line here. Doesn't get it to drop. White with the rebound. Love will go again and make that. And a stop on the floor. I think the referee saying, oh, the shot clock looks to have fallen down on the floor. So they're going to get that put back up, and we'll reset that possession because players need to be able to see the shot clock. An 11-0 lead for GB. 4 minutes 6 to play. And Barta will take it from the top. She played in the Commonwealth Games in the 3x3 competition for South Africa. And as said, she wants to see South Africa represent at a Paralympic Games. And one of her ambitions is to play out in Germany or in the US. As Afilili Haklasile has come out onto the floor for South Africa, we will have a timeout called. So just under 4 minutes to play. A place in the semi-final awaits, and the winner will be playing either Canada or South Africa. We'll find out who it will be when that game takes place at 5:45 today here on the IWBF YouTube channel. So as the teams come back out on court, and on the sideline looks like English has sorted her glasses, so hopefully we'll see her back out on court. It's definitely no good trying to play basketball if you need glasses or contacts when one of them gets knocked down. I can certainly attest to that. You want to be able to see what's going on the court. As Love swings it round to Hamer. Ball's loose. White has it. Love. Short. Hagu with the rebound. And as we've seen all competition long, Hagu has done such a good job rebounding for South Africa. At the Under-25 World Championships in 2023, she had 12 rebounds a game. That was good for third in the competition. Again, a real rising star out there on the floor for South Africa. As Love swings it over to Hamer, and Hamer will bank it in. back with South Africa looking for their first score here. Hagu with a long shot and will go out of bounds. Hagu also averaged 6.6 points per game at the World Championships in 2023. But as you can see, a menace on the boards. And she's only going to continue to improve as she keeps developing, keeps playing the game either on the 3x3 and 5-on-5 format as Hamer for GB. And GB up to 13 points. Hagu working around the outside against White. Shot short. Love racing down the court, saves the ball for GB. Hamer roll into the basket. Oh, it pops out. And Hagu again secures the rebound because that is what she does for South Africa out there on the floor. As White saves the ball for GB. And Hamer on the baseline. Looks like that shot won't count. We had it look like a 3-second violation before the shot, so it is still 13 to GB. 2:31 to play. And Barter under pressure from White. Love picks up the ball. White going inside, sinks it. Ball goes out of bounds. I think just a step out of bounds for South Africa there. I think that was probably caused by the defensive pressure from Robin Love. As she takes the ball, gets it over to Hamer. Shot doesn't fall, and she is fouled on the shot. And an unsportsmanlike call there goes against South Africa. So for an unsportsmanlike call, it will be free throws for Great Britain, and they will have possession afterwards. So Love at the foul line. Going at the European Championships in 2023, part of the Great Britain team that brought home the silver medal. She was named to the All-Star 5 team and was top 10 in all categories in the competition. An absolutely incredible feat there. She was 3rd in points per game, 2nd in rebounds, 9th in assists, 1st in steals and 7th in blocks. There is no other way to describe what an all-round player she is out there on the floor as she nets both free throws. And GB will get the ball back. So, apologies to the sportsmanlike, it's 2 free throws, not 2 free throws and possession. But Love cleaning up the glass. And GB up to 17. 1:46 to go. Love will take it from the top. Hamer backing down. Finds Love to the basket. And GB now 3 points away from 21. Hagu for South Africa. Against Love, 4 seconds. Needs to put it up from deep. Won't fall. And GB will get the ball back. To a place in the semi-final. Awaits the winner of this game. That will take place at 12:20 tomorrow here on the IWBF YouTube channel. Or if you want to come down to Sun City, come and see these fantastic athletes in person as the ball is loose. English back out on the court. It's South Africa that come up with it. And good to see English back out there. Looks like she's had to tape her glasses. But so long as she's on the court, it doesn't matter how she gets there. So it's discussion on the floor as it will be a GB ball. 1:05 to play. English. Using the screen from Love. Love creating space for her teammates as English takes it, gets the roll. And again, every time English comes right out onto the court, her first possession on offense tends to be a successful basket. Mbata into Hagu. Against White and a shot clock violation. GB 2 points from 21. English working against Mbata. Spins round. Has Love underneath the basket, fading away, connects. And 1 point will take GB over the line, and Jess White, can't get that to go. Hagu with a strong rebound there, making sure she looks after the ball, swings it over to her teammate. Will go out of bounds though, so GB a chance on this possession to beat the clock. 11.4 in the game. They will be moving on to the semi-final, but can they hit 21 before time expires? English to Love. Love stops, spins, it's short, and Hagu takes the ball out of the air. And that will do it. Congratulations to Great Britain. They are moving on to the semi-final tomorrow at 12:20. They will be playing either Canada or South Africa. You can find out who it will be as that game is coming up right now as the teams get ready to take the floor. But congratulations to GB. A big win for them over South Africa. And South Africa, they will go again tomorrow in the placing games. You have seen the potential out there on the floor. You've seen the talent that the team has. Ongezwa Hagu is going to be giving teams nightmares on the boards for years to come. The way she's able to keep those rebounds underneath the basket, gets it over to her teammates. A lot more to come from this South Africa team, and you can see them again tomorrow in the placing games, which will start off at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So next up, in the last quarter-final, to find out who will be facing Great Britain, it is Canada and South Africa. As the teams prepare to come out on court. And a big thank you to Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, the organisers of this absolutely fantastic event here in Sun City. A lot of work has gone into this competition, getting ready to have all the teams out there on court. We've got 8 women's teams in the competition across 2 groups and 14 men's teams. It's been an absolutely jam-packed weekend full of 3x3 basketball. It's been non-stop, and tomorrow we'll have the placing games alongside the finals. So one more quarter-final to go. It is Canada and South Africa, as Canada will take to the floor. They were top of Group B, went 3-0, unbeaten in the group stages, had wins against Spain and Kenya and South Africa's B team that we've just seen out on the floor against GB. They are the highest scoring team in this competition, 17.3 points per game, as we see them come out onto the floor. Elodie Tessia, Tamara Steves, Puissant Lai and KD Dandino. And KD Dandino, an out-and-out scorer for this Canadian team. An absolute Canadian legend on the basketball court. She has been putting on a show this weekend as the team do their traditional move to come out on the court too. Canada will be wearing white today. And next up on the court, it is South Africa and their A team. Finished 4th in Group A as they come out onto court. You see them playing in green. Michelle Mokanedi, Asive Gilifile, Aviwe Ngoni, and Duduzela Gwaza. And as I mentioned before the last game for South Africa, Asive Gilifile, an incredibly exciting young player out there on the court. Playing against Switzerland this morning, was on fire for South Africa. She was hitting shots from all over the court. Everything she was putting up, they were going down. Scored all 4 of South Africa's points early on. And certainly a player to watch in the future. So for the tip, we don't have a traditional jump ball. We will have a coin flip to decide possession. And the winner decides whether they want to take the ball now or whether they want to leave it and take possession in a potential overtime situation. And I have to say, you very, very rarely see someone say, no, we're going to wait for an overtime possession. Teams generally, 99 times out of 100, want to start with possession. So teams out on the floor in the final quarterfinal game. The winner of this game will be playing Great Britain tomorrow at 12:20. And it will be first possession to South Africa as the ball is tipped. Mokanedi keeps it alive for South Africa. Using the screen from Ngoni. Mokanedi, shots up, and it looks good from here. Won't go though, as Steves finds Dandino. And Dandino fading away, sinks the shot, doing what KD Dandino does best, scoring the basketball. She can score any which way she wants for Canada, all over the floor. An incredible player out there on the court. As she will take it for Canada. Dandino. Dandino on the baseline, double team, gets it to drop. And a 2-0 lead for Canada. Mokanedi. Gilifile doesn't fall, chased down by Dandino. Dandino, has space, all alone to the basket, unopposed, scoops it in. And Mokanedi will have it for South Africa. Gilifile. As a foul is called. Apologies, wasn't a foul, it was a Canada ball. Dandino from deep! And hits! That's good for 2, so it takes Canada up to 5 points. As Dandino is showing off her all-round game. You want long-range shots? You want close-range shots? You want mid-range shots? Call KD Dandino. As she pokes the ball away, can't retain possession. But again, doing it on both ends of the floor, offense and defense. As ball needs to be checked at the top of the arc. Mokanedi. Gwaza shots up, too strong. That'll be a violation of the shot clock. 12 seconds gone. Dandino has it back. 90 seconds played here in this quarter-final game. Dandino works her way inside, passes to Steves, off the front of the rim. As Mokanedi chases it down for South Africa. Gwaza under pressure from Dandino. And you see Dandino sits very high in her chair, has a player with a really long wingspan, just able to use that to pressure her opponents on offense. Just makes it really difficult for players to shoot over her, and then uses that to her advantage when she's on offense. under the basket, able to reach high in the air to get that high start to her shot. So a 5-0 lead for Canada here, 8:10 to play. Tessia with the inbound. Tessia from the elbow, hits! Takes Canada up to 6 points. Guaza back to Mokinedi. Mokinedi. Guaza with 1 second, puts it up and gets the roll! Dudazila Guaza with time running down and such a difficult shot gets South Africa on the scoreboard. As the ball stays with South Africa. Mokinedi against Dandino, looks for some space. Dishes inside to Ngoni. That was a good move there from South Africa. You could see what they were trying to do. Didn't quite come off that time, but again, these are players that are working together, really developing their skills out there on the court in both the 3x3 and 5-on-5 games. Have not had as much time together as this Canadian team. Now Dandino fades away. But this is a South African team that are really building, especially at the under 25 level, as Guaza has 2 for South Africa. Tessia looks to answer, doesn't get it to fall. Guaza with a rebound. Back into the hands of Guaza. That one's short. But Guaza, a player that was named to the All-Star 5 at the 2020 Afro Paralympic qualifiers. One of the players out there that isn't playing for the under-25s team, an experienced player out there on the floor for South Africa, as we have a timeout called. So a 7-2 lead for Canada over South Africa in this quarter-final game. The winner will move on to face Great Britain tomorrow at 12:20. Placing games also taking place tomorrow as we start the action from 9 o'clock on the IWBF YouTube channel and right here in Sun City. So Canada basketball. Dandino will take it from the top. Dandino from deep, off the back of the rim, and Guaza with another rebound for South Africa. As shots too strong, Dandino finds Tessia. Dandino on the baseline, connects. 8-2 to Canada. Mokinedi. Over to Guaza. Guaza puts it up, won't fall. Tessia into Dandino, and Dandino fouled. And you can see there, she wanted that and one call. She's saying to herself, I wanted to make that one. But Dandino has a chance here at the line. A 2-time Paralympian, playing in Paris last year, where she led the competition in steals and was second in points per game. A huge 23 points per game as she hit Canada's 9th point. And Guaza for South Africa. 5 seconds. Guaza and Ngoni alone underneath the basket. Banks it in. And then Ngoni takes South Africa to 3 points. Tessia finds some space. Up and doesn't get it to drop. A foul called. So 1 shot to come for Canada and Tessia. Tessia, a back-to-back gold medalist in the CWBL, the Canadian Wheelchair Basketball League, at the Women's National Championships in 2023 and 2024, playing for Team Quebec. She was named to the tournament All-Star team in 2024. Sinks the free throw, and it's a 7-point Canada lead. Mokinedi Finds Gwaza. Time running down here. Some strong defense from Canada. Stopped South Africa getting it inside the arc. As Puissant Lai into the game for Canada, and she is a really tenacious defender. Watch her out there on the floor. We've used the term before, but she's a pesky defender on the court. Really going to make it difficult for her opponents as Tessia from the elbow, and it's an 8-point Canada lead. Gwaza against Dandino. Dandino blocks the ball, steals it. Tessia to the hoop, finishes. And Canada on a roll here as Mokinedi looks to find some space. You see Tessia able to match the movements. She's so quick on defense, Tessia. And Lai for Canada. Going baseline, has space for the shot and nets it. Puissant Lai, the two-time Paralympian, out on court, off the bench, scoring the basketball. And a substitution for South Africa as Asive Gilefile back into the game. The MVP of the Africa Zone qualifying tournament for the Under-25 World Championships. You've seen what she can do out there on the floor as she gets the ball, and 12 seconds off the clock, so Canada will have it back. .4:34 to play, 13-3, Canada lead. Dandino backing down. Oh, a tough shot from Dandino. There's Gilefile. Works for South Africa. Mokinedi needs some help, swings it round. And that will be a 12-second violation, but you saw there Gilefile. That was a really difficult pass to catch. She did catch it, but the shot clock had expired. But you can see, again, the hustle out there on the floor from South Africa, really going after every possession. As Dandino dishes to Tessia, back to Dandino, space at the foul line, off the rim. Ball's loose, and on the floor, a jump ball is called. So South Africa will have possession after this timeout. So just under 4 minutes to play, 14-3 Canada lead here in this quarter-final matchup. We have had some absolutely incredible games so far this weekend. Coming up after this game, John Hobbs will be back with you for the men's knockout stages. And then tomorrow, all the action takes place from 9 o'clock here in the Super Bowl in Sun City. Start things off with the 5th place semi-finals in the women's competition. Back out on the floor, Gwaza. Time running down, shots up, and too strong off the back iron. Dandino over to Lai. Lai finds Dandino underneath the hoop. And Katie Dandino continues to pour in the points for Canada. Takes them up to 15. Gwaza won't fall. Lai with the rebound. Dandino. Oh, what a pass inside to Tessia. Tessia finishing with the reverse. Showtime play from Canada out on the court. The pass and the finish. You'll see that back scrolling through social media as Lai takes it all the way. Doesn't get the roll. Gwaza comes away with it. Great hustle there from Duduzile Gwaza to get the ball for South Africa, but will need to put something up. Won't do it in time as Tessia takes it for Canada. Dandino over to Tessia, extra pass to Lai, shot doesn't go, and a foul on the shot. That will be the third foul on South Africa. Puisand Lai at the foul line for Canada, playing for the Rhine River Rhinos in Germany this season. Was named Wheelchair Basketball Canada's Female Athlete of the Year in 2023 as Dandino cleans up the glass, puts the ball back in the basket. 17 points for Canada. Mokinedi round the outside. Great pass over to Ngodi. Ngodi off the front of the rim. Unlucky for that one not to drop. Dandino to Lai. Under the hoop. Gets it to go. And Canada 3 points away from 21. As Dandino takes the ball away. Tessia under the hoop. And Canada up to 19 here. Mokinedi over to Gwaza. Gwaza defended by Tessia, and a travel called against South Africa, so Canada will have possession. Tessia with the reverse, doesn't get it to fall, finds Dandino, and Dandino takes Canada to 20. One more basket for Canada will win it, and they will be moving on to the semi-finals. Mokinedi, 4 seconds, that will be a wheel out of bounds. So Canada possession, a chance to win it here. Lai. Shots up, and that will do it. Canada are moving on to the semi-finals, where they will face Great Britain tomorrow at 12:20. Congratulations to Canada, a 21-3 win over South Africa. And South Africa go again tomorrow in the placing games. So John Hobbs up next with all the action from the men's knockouts. There is a new stream. It is the evening session. Switch over to that one so you don't miss a second of the action.